Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Connections 24. My name is Michael Mosser. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Disinformation Lab here at the University of Texas at Austin, and it's my great pleasure to welcome you all this morning. We've got a great program lined up for you today. It's not my job to do the introduction of the program. You'll hear that in a minute. My job is to welcome you all, to thank some very important people without whom we wouldn't be here, and to get us ready for an amazing day. So, starting with the thanks that I had mentioned, right? I want to thank our sponsors for helping put everything that you see out there in the lobby, everything that you're going to see over the next couple of days, for helping us put that together. And so, not in any particular order, I want to thank the College of Liberal Arts here at the University of Texas at Austin, the McCombs School of Business here at UT Austin, the Center for Russia, East Europe, and Eurasian Studies here at UT, the Defense Research Advancement Program here at UT, the Moody College of Communications, the Strauss Center for International Security, the Clemens Center for National Security and Law, Academic Studies Press, and the Ohio State University for helping pull these things. We are very much looking forward to a great week here and a great 3 days here. As you saw in the video, take notes, spend time talking to each other, get engaged. This is not a passive participation kind of conference. We want you to be actively engaged. We want you to actively take something from this and contribute as well. I'm very much looking forward to participating over the next couple days. I want to make sure that we're all in this together. I want to thank, again, besides our sponsors, I want to thank everybody who helped us pull this together, including our advisory board, many of whom are here today, our volunteers. You have seen them, you've interacted with them, getting your name tags and everything along those lines. Our co-chairs, Michelle Daniel and Sally Dixon, both of whom many of you have interacted with. These are the folks. Yeah, absolutely. Round of applause. These are the without whom folks a conference like this doesn't happen. And I really could not be here without them, and I appreciate everything they've put together for us. So, with no further ado, I want to turn it over to our MC for the day, Robin Lerner. You can find Robin's bio in the pamphlet in the program. Make sure to read up on her, read up on all the presenters. It's going to be a great day. Thanks, everybody. See you in a bit. Robin.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to see your faces here. As Michael said, I'm Robin Lerner, and I'm a proud member of the advisory board here for Connexions. So you know these kinds of conferences take months and months of collaborative work, and I would love all of you to find out, look through who's on the advisory board. There's been a lot of collaboration and help to put this thing together, but really it is Sally and Michelle, so thank you for bringing this to us. Before we go, I get to do all these fun little reminders. You know who you are if you're the one who doesn't put your phone on silent and then it rings in the middle of a conference. So let's try to put our phones on vibrate or on silent. That would be helpful. We do very much encourage all of you to engage on social media, whatever platform you prefer, during the conference. You saw the hashtags before. We would just say, you know, just a reminder, we are in a publicly funded institution, so while we do want vigorous opinions and reporting out, just keep it civil and diplomatic if you don't mind. But please do. These are some challenging topics, which is exactly what we want to get into here. So there are several volunteers. You've seen them around. Nick and Kate, I think if you have any issues or problems or questions, please don't hesitate to find our volunteers. We also love vigorous discussions, maybe more outside the room during the panels than inside at the audience, but do feel free to chit-chat with your neighbor, but quietly. Okay, that's it. We're really excited to get underway. So I will be coming up and down to introduce our several panels, but we're going to start with our keynote today. So I'm going to invite my co-advisory board member, Lee McIntyre, to come on up and introduce our keynote. Thank you.
I want to get right to things. I'm doing a panel in a little bit called Tip of the Spear. Peter Pomerantsev is the whole damn spear. You've read his work, you know who he is. Peter.
Well, just in case you haven't read my work, I'll try to integrate it into my keynote now. So one of the really quite structural changes that has happened with the onset of social media, as opposed to the old media of newspapers and radio and TV, but especially newspapers, is a shift in our sense of time. I mean, those of you old enough to have gotten newspapers every day, or maybe you or your parents would stack them in the corner, and you'd see them yellowing with time, and every day there would be a new newspaper with a new date. Newspapers ordered space and time. They gave you a sense of things progressing. News was new. Social media has completely warped that. When you get your news on Facebook or TikTok for a while yet, or wherever you get it, it doesn't come in an order of time. Things swim up from 6 months ago, or a year ago, or 4 years ago, in a completely illogical order, or rather a logic based around your interests or your narcissism. So that sense of progress has really, really broken down, which is a very, very long sort of intro into the sort of sense of deja vu that I had when I was on my way here this morning. I couldn't tell what year it was. Because as I was readying my speech, I realized I was going to talk about Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine, Vladimir Putin launching vast disinformation campaigns to his own people in Eastern Europe, and also preparing to in America, which is exactly what we were talking about in 2014, 2015, 2016. If anything, all that's happened is the disinformation has got bigger, and the invasion of Ukraine has got even more vicious and bloodthirsty. But in this whole debate that we're going to be having over the next few days, in a sense, there's this sense that we've had no progress at all. If anything, things have got worse. There seems to be even more polarization. Inside democracies, people seem to be echo-chambered, if we can use that word. I know it's a controversial one for academics, into polarized, separate worlds, undermining the premise of a common public sphere. And yet, despite so much having stayed the same or having gotten worse, I do think there's been vast progress. Vast progress, at least in the sphere of expertise and ideas about how we deal with this crisis. Firstly, I think that, at least in the expert community, there's been an understanding of how we might think about regulating these issues. I remember between 2016 and 2020, these kind of huge fights happening between people who are all concerned with how you save democracy from disinformation, but with a huge amount of infighting. I remember people like myself who are very hawkish on the problem of foreign malign intervention and calling for its regulation, bumping head on with people who are our friends and our kind of counterparts and wanting to defend democracy from the human rights sphere, saying, whoa, whoa, that is against the First Amendment. Any kind of regulation of speech is against Article 19 of the Declaration of Human Rights. And over a long period of several years, we actually came to a common position. We decided that we're not going to focus on regulating types of speech, content. We're going to focus on regulating the systems, behaviors. We redefined or refocused the definition of disinformation away from content to types of behavior. Platforms came up with the idea of coordinated, inauthentic behavior that we all agreed could be regulated. Some of us, thinking of David Kay, who was the UN Ombudsman for freedom of expression, and others flipped the whole idea of disinformation rather beautifully and said the real censorship that we face is our lack of access in understanding the information environment around us, the fact that we do not understand why algorithms show us one thing and not another, undermining our sense of time, the fact that we don't know which of our data is being used. So as a community, we arrived at a place about how you could think about regulating the space. In the sphere of media, there's been incredible experiments from Taiwan to Estonia to the US about how you might build platforms that actually enhance interaction, that enhance democratic discourse. I'm thinking of initiatives like vTaiwan, which is an algorithm that, unlike Twitter or others, actually promotes people engaging with each other in fruitful debate. And when it comes to challenging and undermining the sort of information war that Russia wages, nobody is better than Tom Kent, who's with us this weekend, in describing how we should fight back against dictatorships who weaponize information. So even though nothing seems to have changed, in terms of understanding how we start to deal with the crisis of democracy and disinformation, the theme of our conference, I think we've actually arrived at a series of potential solutions. Of course, most of these only exist on the level of intent and theory at present. We see the beginnings of them in the EU regulation around the Digital Services Act. There's an excellent article about that I saw in the magazine. We see the beginnings of it in small university and civil society experiments about what sort of content we can produce and what sort of platforms we can design. I very much hope that this event can be a watershed on the way to going from ideas into implementation. Yeah. At the moment, we are still losing to Putin, to anybody out there who is ravaging democracy with disinformation. But I think now we have a battle plan. That is the difference from 2014. And I very much hope the community of people gathered here will be part of the implementation. Ça va? That's it. We can now talk, Lee. Yeah.
Okay. Does the two of them on?
Okay, that should work. Very good. Peter, I'm a philosopher, and I have written about post-truth and belief and science denial and things like this. And when I first began to realize that the problem underlying all of this was disinformation, your work came up again and again and again. And to hear you say that we're losing worries me greatly. So we do have a battle plan, but as a philosopher, I want to ask you an inconvenient question. To start, and I'd warned you, a Socratic kind of a question to start this, because the thing that worries me over time is not simply that we're not going to have enough time to execute our battle plan, or that we've got enough people attuned to it, or that the media is paying attention. I want to raise a kind of a provocative question, which is this. What if the point of disinformation is not merely to convince someone that a falsehood is true? What if the point of disinformation is, at least in part, to provide a narrative for people who don't care whether the information that they're receiving is true. That is, they're so steeped in ideology, so hermetically sealed in what it is that they want to believe, that there's a distinction at work that we have to take seriously. I ask you to think of the difference between these two things. I believe that X is true versus I don't care whether X is false. And that is, I raise that because I've seen that with flat earthers, with anti-vaxxers, with climate deniers, and all the work that I've done on science denial. And if that's now the problem that we're facing with disinformation on the political level, we're in even more trouble.
So, is this on? So, to be honest, it's kind of, I suppose the question we need to ask is, why would people desire facts in the first place? Facts are generally highly unpleasant things. They tell us about our limitations. They tell us about our defects. At the end of the day, the biggest fact that we spend our life avoiding is the fact of our death. I mean, facts and reality remind us of our mortality. So anything that promises an escape from facts, an escape from reality, is incredibly appealing. And no wonder many politicians do exactly that. They're selling you the fantasy at some level that you're immortal, I mean, at some very, very deep level. But there is a liberation in giving the middle finger to reality. What's fascinating is that there is any desire for facts at all, judging that they're so unpleasant. And I think we need to think about, when do people want facts? When are they motivated to engage with facts? And even the most post-truth politician suddenly becomes incredibly evidence-driven when it comes to questions of, I don't know, building a bridge or a road. When you have to plan for something in the future that you have to achieve and that you need evidence to reach. So putting that into the world of ideology, what has been very, very apparent has been the disappearance of a discourse about the future for many people, because the future didn't seem to be bringing anything good. We can research when that breakdown happened, but it's not a coincidence that the thing that so-called populists or authoritarian populists across the world, they don't have that much in common actually ideologically, but they're all nostalgists. None of them have a vision of the future, and they appeal to people who feel that they have no future in many ways, and for many reasons. So I think that is going to be the key. If we're talking about political discourse, bringing back a discourse about the future. In journalism, I think there's still a lot more we can do with so-called solutions journalism. I don't think it's been approached in the right way at all. But journalism, which isn't just building identity, which frankly a lot of journalism does, and there's quite a lot of research that explores that, but is reaching towards solutions to problems. And we can go on and on about how we might change our political debates in ways that are less about ideology and identity, where facts don't matter, frankly, or get in the way, to having to find a solution in this world. Unlike you, I'm not a philosopher. I'm a sort of lapsed TV producer and media whore. But in the sense that I did very, very tabloid TV. I didn't do sort of like, clever TV or anything like that. I did 7 p.m. entertainment TV. And one day I'd love to go back to that. I just need like a couple of decades in academia to work out a way to make it good for society.
I love that answer because I think it identifies something that makes it clear that in order to address the disinformation problem, we're not simply waiting for someone else to save us. We're not waiting for journalism or the government or somebody else to come along and save us, that there are things that we can do as citizens. And because underneath what you said is, we need to figure out a way not just to get people to see facts, we need to get them to care about the future. because that's if they care about the future, that's when facts will matter. But now I'm going to push the question one more iteration. How do you get someone to care about something that they don't care about? And this problem came up in my own work when I was writing an earlier book called How to Talk to a Science Denier, where it seemed to me that the problem was, well, how do you get people to, understand the facts? And I was talking to a fellow in the Maldives, and he said, in America, no one cares. Now, I hope he was wrong about that, but he said nobody cares about the Maldives. How do you get someone to care about something that they don't care about? How do you get, because I agree with you that some of what we're seeing these days are people saying, I don't care what's in my best interest long term, I want to win now, which flummoxes me. Why would I say, I don't want to take the COVID vaccine and I don't care if I might die because I'm going to own the libs? How does that happen? So is it more face-to-face conversation? Do we need to give that, part of the battle plan has to be for everyday citizens to know, here's what you can do. Because right now, we're frozen up. People are afraid to have that difficult conversation with their brother-in-law or their uncle at the Thanksgiving table. People don't want to have inconvenient conversations. Is there anything that we can do to take these tools, the battle plan that we're better at now, and not just depend on the people in this room and the people who are listening to do it, but to make it so that we've got 1 million foot soldiers? Because I've said in my own work, one of the problems with the information war that we're in right now is that we're all actually in it, but you can't win that war unless you know you're in it. And millions of people don't realize that we're in an information war every day. So not only how do we raise our consciousness about that, but give them something to do.
You're right, we can all play a role. But let's take the COVID example. So during COVID, I was doing some research on this, actually in Eastern Europe. And it's very interesting, the moment you actually you just call them, the people who don't believe in COVID vaccines. The minute you actually start doing proper sociological and audience research, you find that them breaks down. There are some people who you quoted who there might be some death drive issues. If you believe in such crazy notions as death drives involved there, it could get very dark. To the point where you're actually, you don't care about reality so much, you're ready to die for it. That's a very interesting psychological space, but that's a difficult category of people to deal with. But when we started talking to people, this was actually in the Baltic states and actually very interestingly in the occupied parts of Ukraine, where you could still research then, you found it broke down. You found some people there had a terrible experience with Chernobyl. Yeah, there was a real lack of trust of government medical institutions. Where I work in Baltimore, there is a history of state medical institutions essentially using the local population in quite grisly science experiments, and there's a real lack of trust. So those people were actually engageable. You had to understand where their lack of trust came from, and so on and so forth. So the first thing I would do is get rid of this word them. I would get rid of terms like conservatives, because it's a pretty empty one anyway these days. I don't know, Fox News viewers, that's too big. The art of this is starting to break down audiences, understanding each motivations, understanding there are some you won't reach, and understanding there are others that actually you can start to build bridges to. So that would be the first one. And I do worry we can always slip into our own identity gains. We can go them out there. Our job is to not think like that. So in my new book, I had to do this somehow, which is about dealing with the most extreme polarization possible, because it's the polarization that was involved not in a culture war, but in a real war. And it's about British efforts to reach Germans during World War II and engage with them, people who they're literally trying to kill. And the hero of my book, Sefton Delmer, created media that was so relevant to German soldiers and civilians that they tuned into it and trusted it and believed it, despite them knowing the British were behind it. So they knew they were being killed by the people producing this, but he did so much research, and it's in the book how he did it, and it said so much about their motivations that he could provide them the information, but also the emotional content that appealed to them. But it's this fixation on the audience. It's meeting them where they are, not where we want them to be.
I love that because it recognizes that one thing that I think has been lost sometimes in the disinformation debate is that disinformation is not just intended to get people to believe a falsehood, but to distrust anyone who doesn't also believe that same falsehood. And to me, the issue has seemed fundamental, and this was true in science denial as well, and in so much of my earlier research, that the fundamental issue seems to be trust. And I love the story, and I can't wait to read your new book about somebody who's, identifying, because does it take empathy? Is that what it takes? Is that what the foot soldiers can do, to understand the motivation to say, I know you're afraid, but, because, without that, even people who are fighting disinformation can be polarized too. Polarized to think, I can't talk to somebody who doesn't believe in facts. Why should they care about me? The interesting part for me here that came up in my own work is that if you read the stories, the anecdotes, this really hasn't been studied empirically, I don't think, hardcore science deniers change their mind when somebody takes the time to engage them kindly, with empathy, with respect, understanding what their motivations are, so that they made that human connection. Is there room, even with all of the disinformation coming at us that's not only misinforming us, but polarizing us? How do we solve the gap, the bridge, where we can even have a conversation with somebody who's so deep in a conspiracy theory, so bewildered by what they're hearing? I remember being flummoxed one time when I heard that even before the invasion of Ukraine, that some ungodly number of folks in Russia watched state TV by choice when there was independent journalism, because that was the narrative that they preferred to hear. But does it come down to face-to-face communication? I mean, literally in the nitty-gritty, how to reach someone.
So look, I think. So let's be clear. There are empathy in terms of you've got to understand your audience. If you want to reach out to them for any reason, you have to listen. Empathy. Empathy has a touchy-feely bit to it, and I'm certainly not on the advocating to sort of like hug a fascist. Again, coming back to my latest book, the guy who was reaching out to these Germans had a very dim view of human nature. He thought Germans enjoyed Nazi propaganda. He thought it allowed them to articulate their sadism and their cruelty. But again, you've got to understand that's what you're dealing with. I do think it's important to think about aims. So if our aim is, in a democracy, to build a public sphere, which is a very misunderstood term and very hard to define, then we have to think about not just the individual interactions, but the systems that might enable that. And the great challenge that America faces is that it's completely unclear whose job that is in America. In Europe, we're getting there. We missed a terrible moment. We should have built a public social media, which we actually were going to in the 90s, but then didn't for stupid reasons. But at least people can think about that, because there is a tradition of generating a public sphere. In America, there is various kind of myths about how it might happen, but it's very unclear whose job it is to create social media platforms that will generate systemically a higher quality of interaction. And we can define higher quality. That's not an empty word. So that's one aim. In the case of Russia, the aim is to win. In the case of Russia, it's not about to convert people. It is to stop the invasion of Ukraine and to get the Russian leadership to change its calculations. One of the key calculations that they have is about internal control. We know from the actions of the Kremlin under Putin that when they feel they are losing control of the domestic situation, they change their policies. We've seen that over and over and over again. So the question is, what does one do, or what can one do to undermine their sense of total control? Yeah? And how will that lead them to change their war policy? That's the aim. It's not like to go and, rescue, rescue people's souls. It's very, very concrete. And the question we have to ask is, what is the role of information in that process? I mean, the biggest role is making sure that Ukraine gets enough ammunition. That's the biggest thing that will get the Kremlin to change its calculation. But the information environment and the domestic one do play a role. So we have to be very aware of aims. So yeah, I don't want it to sound that I'm sort of go and hug a fascist and everything will be fine.
I understand.
I don't mean one of those guys. Like, oh, they just need some love.
No, that's right. No, I understand. It's the, in my own work, I draw a big distinction between the people who create the disinformation, the people who amplify it, and the people who believe it. And it often seems to me that the people who believe it are victimized. These are the people who really get nothing out of it. I mean, the people who create disinformation, it's part of a strategic denialist campaign. They know what they want, and they understand that the way to get it is to provide the disinformation. You control the information flow, you control the population. That's the authoritarians' playbook going back for thousands of years. And one interesting thing to me about people who are duped is to think, well, they've already got something going for them. They don't want to be duped. But maybe they're simply misinformed about who's doing the duping, right? They don't understand. I mean, and I'm going to quote this wrong, but I know there's been empirical work out there which shows that just a shockingly high percentage of people think that they can identify disinformation, that in their news, oh, I would never fall for that. It's just something that other people would be persuaded by disinformation, but I never could. But then when you do the actual empirical study, you find that it's something like 4 or 5% actually can. So I mean, Mark Twain said, it's easier to fool somebody than to convince them that they've been fooled. So isn't at least part of it to convince people you can be taken in by this? I'll just close by saying when my dad was in combat soldier in World War II, and what people don't realize is that fascism was taking a foothold even in the United States just before World War II. There was a lot of rhetoric about this, and I think it was in the 1940s, the U.S. Army put out a film called "Don't Be a Sucker," which was about a training film, a black and white film about how Americans could recognize that person is trying to dupe you, that person is trying to fool you. So isn't at least part of it merely raising awareness that we're all susceptible to this? I don't want to hug the fascist. The fascist is the person who's creating the disinformation, bad intent, they know what they want. The people who listen to the rhetoric sometimes, I worry, are completely victimized. That is, they're so emotionally wrought by whatever manipulation they're hearing that they fall for something against their better judgment because they didn't even know that they were susceptible.
But you just sort of invoked so much history there. You talked about Mark Twain, the Second World War. societies, and actually in many ways, especially democracies, have always had a lot of disinformation, as in deceptive campaigns, as how you're defining it. That's not new, and we've long developed sort of systemic ways to deal with that. We go, actually, it's fine. It's part of an open society to have lies and truth and a boisterous discussion. And we have a little bit of regulation around speech when it's, actually indictively, positively, definably harmful to people's well-being, to people's physical well-being. And then we have things like, laws around slander and all these different things that kind of safeguard this space. But the aim is not disinformation or truth or any of these things. It's the idea of having a democratic discourse, which is, I think we now realize, kind of the magic ingredient of democracy. I'm being shut down. So I think the question we have to ask is not these endless questions, which are fascinating about truth and people and cognition, but actually what has systemically changed? And what's systemically changed is a technological change. And what do we have to adapt in terms of the technology, the regulation, in order to produce, not, I think, wiser people. People have always been rather feeble, and that's what makes them rather lovely. But an environment where democracy can happen, which means elections happening and people trusting them and saying, I lost or I won. Those basic things, trusting their courts, being able to, converse with each other and even have a Thanksgiving dinner together without, well, maybe that was always awful. Let's not romanticize it. But anyway, those basic functions are what we need to protect. And we've got to really pass what is old and forever and has always been with us, and what is actually new and therefore has to be tackled.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much, Peter and Lee, for that very, very insightful conversation. And the good thing when you go over time, and your panel is the next panel, you can just make up for it. Okay. Okay, so, no, it was wonderful. All right, we will be moving to our first panel, Tip of the Spear, Report from the Front Lines of the War on Disinformation. So this panel's experts will be taking our audience through a journey on the front lines of the war on disinformation, shedding light on the latest tactics, technological advances, and trends. So I welcome our panel to take their seat, and Lee, we'll see you back up there. Sure, as you want. Wherever you can sit across.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't see your cue. So I want you all to know right off that I didn't get any turn downs for this panel. I got exactly the people that I wanted to speak to, all in person. Thank you very much for coming. But then again, how could anybody not want to be included in something called Tip of the Spear, a report from the front lines of the war on disinformation? Each of you are leaders in the fight against disinformation in journalism, in the military, in government, nonprofit sector. And we all know that there's an election coming up in November 2024 in the United States, but that's hardly the only threat that we face. I mean, disinformation hobbles us in many different ways every single day. Now, we're privileged today to be able to go first, to set the table for this wonderful three-day conference on disinformation and how to fight it. So I think that the best thing that we can do to start off is to get this sense of how you would all answer the question that I think is implicit in our session title, which is this: where do you think that we are today in the fight against disinformation? Are we winning or are we losing? What are the challenges on the horizon? What are the things that you're most worried about? And what are the things that no one else is talking about that you can bring up that we should be aware of? I don't know how many of you saw the article over the weekend in the New York Times that was talking about how Trump's allies are winning the war against disinformation. Who would like to go first?
I'll jump in. Thanks for having me, Lee. And I do want to start off with a little bit of a joke before I get into the darker stuff, is that every time I was looking at the conference agenda and like planning to get here and it was up in a little tab, I kept thinking that the conference was my Twitter tab, which I don't really look at anymore because the X of the logo looks so much like X on the new X of Twitter. So anyway, just thought that was funny. Thank you for having me. It's really nice to be here. It's my first time in Austin, although I almost went to graduate school here. For those of you that don't know me, I've had a pretty tumultuous past 2 years. Around this time in 2022, I was appointed to lead a body within the Department of Homeland Security called the Disinformation Governance Board, which is a really bad name that I was not responsible for. And this was an internal coordination body that was meant to make policy and share best practices within DHS, which is a behemoth organization in the US federal government. I had never seen myself at DHS. I'm more of a foreign policy person, but my country called, and I thought that I could use my expertise to help and to steer the ship a little bit. Unfortunately, what happened was immediately when this effort was announced in a kind of ham-fisted way by the government, folks on the far right, and frankly some on the far left as well, talked about it as if it were a censorship body. They called me a minister of truth. I was on the front cover of the New York Post. Fox News talked about me in every hour segment for the first 3 weeks after the announcement, and frankly for many months afterward. And I got threats. We were doxxed. I've been depicted in deepfake porn. I was pregnant at the time, so none of this was particularly pleasant on its face, but especially in that situation, it was also bad, even more bad. I just want to kind of start off by saying that was the beginning of, I think, what we've seen and what you just referenced, Lee, of a 2-year-long campaign to shut down people who are doing research about disinformation. And as we sit here today, the Supreme Court is hearing oral argument in the case Murphy v. Missouri, formerly Missouri v. Biden, which is a case ostensibly about what is proper communication between the US government and social media platforms. On its face, that's what it's about. But it is a case that is full of conspiracy theories, inaccuracies, false allegations, and frankly, it is a politicized effort to do what I just said. It's one of the kind of broad coordinated campaign that we are experiencing right now. And I just saw, as Peter was giving his talk, I got a push notification that one of the justices did reference, in fact, one of the falsehoods that is embedded in the case. So it's made it all the way up into the Supreme Court, and that justice has bought into those allegations as well. This has meant that researchers have been buried under document requests and subpoenas. I myself spent 5 hours with Jim Jordan talking about my 11 weeks of government service before I resigned. And I've been sued. I was actually a party in Murphy v. Missouri, and originally I was able to get out of that, but I've had, frivolous legal allegations, all sorts of things. I have a stalker. This is serious. I think that this is the most existential threat to freedom of expression and academic integrity that the United States has faced since the McCarthy era. And we've kind of been asleep at the wheel. Not only is the US government not doing, in my opinion, enough to fight disinformation, both in the regulatory sphere and in kind of the policy response sphere, the media has been, to some extent, asleep at the wheel, with the exception of some great reporting from the Times and a few other organizations. Some of the media has been actively participating in this, which is why I'm suing Fox News for defamation. And frankly, nobody seems to care, because it's just some nerds who research the internet, right? But it's not just going to be nerds who research the internet soon. It's going to be people looking at climate science. It's going to be people looking at, anything that's holding power to account. And I don't think we really understand how, or acknowledge how information is integral to the discussions that we're having in our democracy every day. So, I think we're losing. I think we're losing badly, and I'm very worried about what the next couple of months are going to bring before the election.
I'm sitting next to Nina, so I will go next. Where are we in the fight? I think we, over the past, let's call it 5 years, have taken 2 steps forward, and then giving on the day, we take 1 to 20 steps back. At the current moment, it's not looking good. I have made several major life decisions predicated on the fact that this is not only an election year in the US, it's a global election mega cycle. Something close to half of the world's population is set to go to the ballot box this year. And that's terrifying given the information ecosystem that we're living in, and the fact, and Peter and Lee referenced this earlier, and the fact that not many people seem to be fully engaged in that ecosystem. I'm a part of the ecosystem. I'm a reporter for the New York Times. That excellent story that Lee referenced earlier was not written by me. It's written by one of my colleagues, Steve Lee Myers, and Jim Rutenberg. Nina's actually quoted in it. And I highly recommend that everyone read it, because it gives a really in-depth look at how we got to this point today in the political war against disinformation. And it really is a war. You have figures really across the political spectrum that have raised questions about what disinformation is, what are valid efforts to fight disinformation, and really whether or not disinformation is something that should be fought, which is something that is especially concerning to me, because I think the answer to that is very clear, right? Disinformation is something that is affecting our reality, and combined with some of the technological advances that we've seen, AI being first and foremost among them, it's really something that everyone should be quaking in their boots about. I would say that there are things that to me are promising. Nina mentioned that much of the media is complicit in not solving this issue, not doing enough to address the issue, sometimes participating in the issue. I think that's true. I would also say, though, that at the New York Times, for example, I'm part of a team, right? It's Stephen Lee Myers, Stuart Thompson, and myself. And the fact that there are entities like the New York Times, government entities, private research entities, that are putting so much, that are giving so much attention to this issue is heartening. I think the fact that this is now truly a community that's come together to fight and address disinformation is a good step. The fact that you all largely know each other, you've read each other's work, that I have access to your work so that I can report it out, gives me some level of hope. But I'll close on this. I was talking to another colleague of mine not too long ago, and I tell this story a lot. And I was telling her, my jaw really hurts for some reason. Ever since I took this job about 2 years ago. I don't know why, but my jaw is like aching. She's like, you're clenching your teeth. It's part of the job. And all I do is report on this and write about it. I'm not really fully in the trenches like people like Nina are. And I would just say that the average person out there doesn't realize how much strain is on the people who are actually fighting this war, that we're all humans, and this is really a human problem. It's created by humans. It's exacerbated by humans, and it's going to take human cooperation to solve it.
So I guess we're going in chair order. So very difficult to follow both Tiffany and Nina, but I shall give it a shot. So I'm at the Army Cyber Institute, and I have been, for the last 5 years or so, trying to convince the Army that all of the data that's being collected on all of us every single day by the devices that we carry around, by the cameras everywhere, by all of the sensors, is the existential threat that is driving the mis and disinformation problem set. This is not, so fun fact about me, Nazis always come up in the first 5 minutes, so here we go. There's been Nazis on the internet since the internet started, right? One of the first internet forums in the 90s was a neo-Nazi forum, right? The Nazis on the internet isn't the problem. The problem is the algorithms that are helping them find each other. The same math that helps the gay kid in Nebraska find other gay people to realize that, hey, I'm okay, right, is the exact same math that helps the Nazi do the same thing. That's really the challenge that we're dealing with, is all of this data is collected on us. We have no idea how. We have no idea what the inferences are. We have no access to it. And so we can't answer the questions about what is going on with the algorithmic decisions that is pushing, right, all of the information to us. There's a tendency in this space to use, human analogs to talk about the problem of the public sphere, right? So if I go down to the public sphere and, yell with a bullhorn, it's the same thing as, posting on Twitter or Facebook.
No, it's not, because fundamentally a tweet or a post, I refuse to call it Twitter, or refuse to call it X, I just can't. These are fundamentally not limited by the bounds of geography and physics, right? It is fundamentally different. So one of the things that I think we've got to think about is, as we think about the law and we think about how do we rein some of this in, right? If we keep focusing on the content problem, we're going to keep playing whack-a-mole, right? You have a First Amendment right to receive foreign disinformation, right? That doesn't mean that we should be giving a broadcast license to Russia Today. I was down in D.C. at some point in the last couple of years. I very much appreciated Peter's point about time changing. And there's a radio station that's Russia Today. Why? Like, why would we do that? I don't understand why we would allow that in any way, shape, or form. We've got to start taking action to think through how do we protect the data that is being collected on us, right? And oh, by the way, the radio that you're listening to is collecting that information, who's in the car, what have you, and then now you've got a data point on you that you're listening to Russia Today, which is fine in theory, right? But then who goes all the way down that rabbit hole? What data is about each of us that figures out, what are you susceptible on? When I first started in this space, I had read Chris Wiley's fantastic book, sorry for cussing, Mindfuck, it's the title. I highly recommend it. And, I was like, oh my gosh, who are the persuadables, right? That's the wrong question. It really is, right? From an election perspective, okay, fine, that's the right question. But from an information perspective, right? It's not who are the persuadables, it's what are you persuadable on? Right? I mean, Nina just had a baby a couple of years ago, right? I don't know how new moms are navigating the mommy sphere, right? Because it was bad 20 years ago when mine were young. The anti-vax information, the all of the stuff is like, it's so much worse now. And the people that are driving this are financially incentivized to drive this, right? There's a grift involved. There is a fraud aspect involved in this, right? So you go, especially I'm going to just use the first-time mom, analog here, right? You go to the doctor, they take your heartbeat, they check your growth, they check your weight, check your blood pressure, maybe check your blood sugar. Good luck, see you next month. And you're like, wait, I'm growing a thing inside of me and I could use a little bit more support here, right? You give birth, you maybe get 24 hours in the hospital. Here, good luck, go home. Like, wait, where's the handbook? Is there anybody I can call? Like, what's normal, what's not, right? So we think about new moms in this space, right? Trying to find information about this massively transformational event that they just went through. They go to the internet, and the internet is designed right now, and generative AI is only making it worse, to push financially incentivized content, right? Getting to the actual doctors, being able to ask a doctor a question, right? Most Americans don't have a family doctor. So during the pandemic, when we said, oh, go talk to your doctor, who has a doctor that they can actually talk to? Very, very few people. So there are structural issues underlying all of this problem space, and it's not about fixing it. Like, fixing the information environment is fixing a symptom, right? The underlying structural issues are much bigger, and it's going to require a lot more work and money and effort to rebuild things, to rebuild the trust that enables a healthy information environment. So.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you for having me here. Probably not a lot of people know me. My name is Roman Sachuk. I'm research associate at the DFR lab, and I research disinformation. I'm usually based in Kyiv, so I arrived a week ago or something. And about your questions. So first of all, I've heard a lot of times that Ukraine won information war. I disagree. It was truthful maybe like first half a years of the invasion. But now it's not that true. Russians are learning as well. They are changing their tactics. They are changing methodologies that they are using. So, for instance, at the beginning, there were like these dumb messages that like, oh, we will calm down and denazify you, and like you just need to, I don't know, wait and everything will be fantastic. We're not shelling civilians. Of course, it was like shattered in the first few seconds, right, or the minutes of the invasion when the civilian areas were bombed. But then they changed. The messages became cleverer. They started doing this interesting thing is that they're trying to fuel the internal tensions pretty heavily. They are monitoring our information space, yours as well, don't get me wrong. And they are doing it pretty well, and then like finding the weakest points and trying to double down on them and bring new problems and make problems bigger than they are. So in Ukraine, a lot of people perceive corruption as the biggest problem. And you know what? We see the largest influence operation on TikTok, claiming that Ukrainian leadership corrupt, from the mayors draft commission officers to Zelensky. Everybody is corrupt, so you should not be fighting. You should not be defending and protecting Ukraine. What else? Another thing that actually bothers me is that a lot of people not taking this information seriously in multiple countries, but it actually has real-life things, real-life consequences, starting from the violence and the war. So I'll just remind you that before the invasion itself, for 2 months, almost every other week or almost daily, there were an attempts to cook up some casus belli event, either like some nondescript building that blown under like Russian territory. Oh, it was an FSB building that probably FSB bombed themselves, or oh, Ukraine is about to attack this so-called republics, or oh, we should evacuate people from these so-called republics, and the video was filmed like 2 days. The video of this announcement was filmed 2 days prior actual announcement, and many, many other things. So Ukrainian civil society organizations, governmental representatives needed to refute these messages daily. And that's why Russia does not have any casus belli as far as we know, right? It's just their casus belli that they will go and denazify, but then now they're not even using this word, right? Because it does not make any sense, even for them. Finally, I would say that the efforts connected to this, they are hugely underfunded. Basically everywhere. In Ukraine, it's also visible, but hopefully we have a lot of like people that are working in civil society, robust civil society, but they could use more resources to do that. There is like, if you compare the budgets of Russia today, conglomerate, right? It will outspend, I don't know, multiple countries combined in their efforts, and this is only the visible thing. But if we talk about subcontractors that do this like troll and bot farms, like Anno Dialogue and like any others, there will be many more. So basically what you would be perceiving like on your social media, like random user, it will be like coming from some other channels of funding. So it's not that evident, and we do not know the exact amount of money, but it's a lot and much bigger than in other countries to counter this. And final note that I wanted to end here is that a lot of people perceive information space, especially in the West, as a place where you, I don't know, it's a marketplace of ideas. You just discuss, want to sell some goods, exchange some wonderful ideas. Russians are perceiving this as a battlefield when they fight you, attack you, and where like some bullets should be shot. And that's fundamental difference that should be acknowledged before taking any actions, because if you're not understanding this basic thing, you cannot be efficient and effective in the country.
Wow. You guys make the job of moderator very, very easy. You invite the right people and get out of their way. I want to follow up with a question that ties together and moves us to the next level here of what we wanted to talk about today. One, there are tools to fight disinformation. People don't know them, and there's also an active war against, people understanding them. One of the scariest books that I read recently was the Handbook of Russian Information Warfare, which is a NATO training manual. It's by Keir Giles. You can get it. It's free on the internet. It's short, very scary book, which says we are already at war with Russia. It's an information war that is either will become part of a kinetic war, or they can achieve the goals without that. It's more than that, because foreign disinformation is not the only problem. Foreign disinformation is designed to be laundered as quickly as possible through a domestic information filter, because then it prevents the cyber warriors in the United States, the counterintelligence folks, from being able to fight it, given our Constitution. So, and one of the consciousness-raising things that I've, after reading that Handbook of Russian Information Warfare, is to realize this is domestic. That is the target, the foot soldiers. We're all warriors in this. It's not just government to government. Even if it's created by a foreign government, the target audience for disinformation is all of us as citizens. But there are books, there's work done that could help us. One I think of is Sander van der Linden's book, Foolproof, which talks about the virtues of pre-bunking, which is something that Biden did very well just before the Russian invasion. He said, look, he very quickly declassified the work and said, look, they're going to fake an atrocity, pretend that it's Ukraine. And once he debunked it, they couldn't use that. Now, of course, they found a different reason to get in. But here's the next issue that I want to get to. It has troubled me greatly recently to see the backlash against disinformation research, to see what Nina brought up at the beginning, the idea that, I mean, we know what Jim Jordan and others are doing, but we've also seen some of that backlash, and I'm not just talking about ignorance here, I'm talking about backlash from business leaders, even from journalists, from others, that has made me suspicious. I mean, part of it is people who don't understand the issue, but part of it is just this disingenuous idea to just raise some questions about what disinformation really is and whether it can actually be fought. And I want to raise here some things that we've all heard, and here's some of your thoughts about what we can say about them and how to fight it. Because some of this backlash seems to me like it might be coordinated, like there might be something behind it. I know that sounds conspiratorial, and I'm going to take some heat for that. But you've seen these sorts of reactions coming, these questions raised like this. Again, it troubles me that academics, even some other philosophers, are raising these questions. Is disinformation even a coherent concept? Isn't this term used as a political weapon simply to undermine the opinion of those whose opinion you don't agree with? Even if it does exist, is disinformation really that widespread? Can it swing an election? Aren't people already pretty good at knowing when they're being fooled? Isn't all this talk about disinformation just alarmism or even a moral panic? Isn't content moderation just censorship? We've all heard that one. And it's now made its way up to the Supreme Court. And the capper is, some people seem to be saying now that is what I think is a disingenuous idea. It's now made its way out as common sense to the American public. Let's just let 1,000 flowers bloom. Let's just let everyone have a voice, and truth will rise to the top. And these are common refrains that you see now, not just from the Jim Jordans of the world, but it has made its way out as common wisdom, and it's extremely dangerous. In my own work, I've done a lot to try to make the argument that refusing to amplify someone else's lie is not censorship. You're just refusing to amplify the lie. So I wonder, and my question here to all of you has three parts, and you can go in any order that you want. It doesn't have to, I mean, you can engage one of the, however you want to do this. How do you react to this? Do you think that there is, in fact, a strategic denialist campaign going on with its own weaponized propaganda? Because, of course, part of disinformation is to mask the fact that it's disinformation. So there can be a disinformation war against the idea that disinformation is even real. And if it is a coordinated campaign, where's the evidence of it? I think the New York Times story made a very good, very needed consciousness-raising, watermark to say, you didn't even know we were in this war, but we are, and we're losing. So I wonder what all of your reaction is to this. That is not just the disinformation war that we're in, but how do you combat the backlash? Because then we're fighting an even larger problem of public perception.
Let me muscle in first, just because we're talking about that story. So Steve and Jim's story did a really great job of laying out how various allies of Trump have come together or on their own, started attacking entities like the EIP, which is the Election Integrity Partnership, groups like CISA, individuals like Nina. So I'm gonna just, again, suggest that you read that story. I'm personally really interested, though, in kind of the cultural forces that allow those sorts of efforts to take root and grow, and that's something that I think we as journalists are going to be focused more on in this kind of election megacycle year, which is information fatigue in the general public. I think the fact, it's not so much whether or not people believe something that's wrong, and this is a theme that I suspect is going to come up repeatedly over the next few days. It's not so much trying to convince people of disinformation per se. I mean, that's definitely a problem. And it's not even convincing them that truth is not real or that they should mistrust what information is out there. It's just the fact that so many people are tired of thinking about this sort of thing in the first place, right? We've come out of 2016, we've come out of 2020. It's now 8 years after all of that's really kicked off in a major way. And, I talk to people across the spectrum. These are people with no college degrees. These are people with high educational levels. These are people in rural areas, people in cities, just really across the board. People just don't want to think about it anymore. And this is something that comes up a lot in just my experience as a disinformation reporter. My stories tend to be really well read, but not a lot of people want to engage with them in a really serious way other than parroting back what they already believe to be true. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed before we can talk about, well, if there is a coordinated effort to prevent real disinformation research, we have to get people to care. And this is something, again, that Lee and Peter were talking about earlier. But information fatigue is not just a problem in the US, it's happening around the world. And that's how you get feedback loops that allow disinformation to spread across countries, across platforms, in different languages. That's what makes it so hard to catch and to moderate and resolve a lot of these issues, because the lack of motivation to deal with it means that at the social media platforms, you don't have the kind of moderation capabilities that really sprung up in force after 2016 and to some extent after 2020. There's a major scale back in a lot of those efforts. This is why you have a lot of people in the government who, because of the chilling effect that Steve and Jim wrote about, they don't want to tackle this right now. It's not really a priority for them, despite the fact that election disinformation is going to play a huge role in the votes that are coming up. And again, just not having the average American or the average world citizen aware or care that disinformation is something that really should be front of mind for them because it affects their interaction with reality. That's hugely concerning to me. If I can just ramble on for one more minute. So Secretary of State Blinken was in Seoul, I think, yesterday, talking at a conference that touches on some of these. And during that event, I believe it's the Deputy Prime Minister of Britain was talking about the Pope in the puffer jacket image that was circulating, I think, last year. And it's an AI-generated image. And what he said was, I know consciously that this is an AI-generated image, but to me, there's still, and forever will be, an association between the Pope and a puffer jacket. And what that says is there's a whole layer of unconscious influence, of like residual convincing that needs to play a role in our understanding of all of this, which is that it's not just disinformation that hits you in the face that's gonna be the problem, it's the aftershocks of that, the way it affects our foundational understanding of things. That's really hard to track because often the way it affects people, they don't know that it's happening in the first place. And I think that increasingly, because of AI, because the scale backs in content moderation, because of this war against disinformation, that's going to play a role in how we handle this going forward.
think that's a really fantastic point. And just to pull the thread on the puffer jacket a little bit more, right? Like all of these things have elements of truth in them, right? And so while Pope Francis in and of himself is, seems to be at least, very much concerned for the poor, right? The Catholicism that I grew up with, the Catholic Church itself has a ton of wealth around the world, right? So like it pings on that grain of truth. I think to pull the thread a little bit more on the election problem set, all politics are local. We've heard this expression, for my entire life, right? But the information domain is global, right? So it's not that like like people tend to trust their local elections, right? They tend to think that their election is fine, but it's somebody else's over here that's the problem, right? And now, and Nina is living proof of this, right? Like you can have someone, in Moscow that's leading a harassment campaign. Well, how do you deal with that? You can't cut that person off of the internet because we don't have the authorities to do that. So the information fight is global in a lot of ways. And so while we can and we should take action to shore up the local, right? Because we need people, democracy is messy, right? That's one of the biggest things is, our global adversaries want to make democracy ungovernable. They do, right? And we've always had a level of chaos in democracy, but now it's turned up to 11. And so I think we have to focus on shoring up the local elections, right? We have to get folks involved and know that like my election piece counted, right? And then we have to do a concerted effort across the board to help people understand, well, if you think this is true here, why not over here, right? But the other piece to this that is a really, really important piece, right, is there's a saying, from Robert Merton, mid-century sociologist, right? Beliefs that are real in their content are real in their consequences. So it doesn't matter if something is true or false, right? If you believe that something is real, it is going to drive your behavior, right? And that is true across the board, right? It doesn't have to be true for something to have a real effect. And we have seen this in the invasion of Ukraine. We've seen this with women's health issues. We've seen this, across the board. If you believe something is real, there are consequences there. So rather than getting at and trying to split the hairs of true or false, right? Because it turns out there, with the exception of the lizard people, which I'm not sure where that conspiracy theory came from, right? It's supposedly a science fiction novel or whatever, but there's grains of truth in all of these things, right? When you start to really talk to people, there's elements in there, right? And we've got to do a better job of hearing folks and getting people recommitted to democracy. Lee used the term warrior earlier, and I despite being a service member, I don't like that term, right? Because war is actually not just going out and doing like warrior type things, right? War is making sure that you've done the right paperwork to make sure the beans, bullets, and bandages get where they're supposed to be, right? That you do the logistics. Democracy is messy. And we need people to show up and be committed to doing democracy. And that means sometimes that we're going to lose on some issues. We're going to have to compromise on some issues. How do we do that when it's like fundamental to your right to exist as a person? I don't know. So I don't have solutions everywhere. But this is a hard problem. And as he pointed out, right, our adversaries are really good at making our divisions seem insurmountable. Well, we have done this thing called democracy, right? Harriet Martineau, I'm trying to get her to replace de Tocqueville, so you guys can help me out with this. She wrote Society in America, right? And she traveled around America in the 1830s, right? And she wrote before de Tocqueville, and she talked to everyone. And the opening paragraph, she talks about an interview that she did with James Madison, and he said, "America has proven the impossible, that a people can self-govern." That's important. We have to give people something that's worth fighting for, that's worth showing up and doing every day. We have to tell a story about America that is both true, acknowledging all of the sins of our past, and inspiring. And we haven't done a good job with either one of those things. And those two things are factionalized on the left and the right in different ways. But we really have to, we have to make this stuff local. We have to recognize where people have been really hurt. We have to figure out how to support when they go after individuals and try to ruin individuals' lives, like what Nina has experienced, unfortunately. And we have to develop mechanisms to deal with that, right? We see cyberstalking happening, right? Someone just got, again, sometime in the last couple of years, got extradited from Hawaii for stalking people in different states, right? We have to figure out how to deal with that, and it's only getting worse. And the last thing is this is about tormenting individuals, right? It's breaking trust in the institutions, but it's also about tormenting individuals. If enough people go, I can't do this, I'm done, right? Well then, who's left to stand in the gap? So we have to come together. We have to come together with people we disagree with. I'm not at the hug a fascist point, but we have to come together with people we disagree with vehemently, and figure out how to do this thing called democracy. And that's hard. And the information environment is not incentivized. It is not built to do that. The platforms are built to make money. Zuckerberg famously said, company over country. Okay, what do we do with that?
Nina, Roman?
Sure. I have a few points here. So the first of all, disinformation and misinformation, they are technical terms. They have like real definition, right? So disinformation is wrong information with the malicious intent. Misinformation, wrong information without this intent, right? So we are not talking about something that is being extremely vague. Could they be used in political discussions to denigrate the term? Absolutely, yes, they can, and they are. Like fake news, it's just extremely bad thing that like should not be used on any circumstance right now. So our science is also like changing and developing, right? So we started from the term of the fake news and then quickly stopped using it, which is the right thing to do. And also what I wanted to also say is that in our work, like I work at the think tank, right? When we analyze this information, we're not looking at the we are looking at the content and occasionally fact check it, right? But we need to understand that in order to fact check, we need to prove that this is wrong, right? So you need to, when I'm saying that this is a wrong thing, right, or this is like a stolen picture or something, I provide the proof for it from the open sources. So that's extremely important. But what I wanted to say here is that we track mostly behavior, not the content. Content is secondary. We look at the behavior. So like creation of the sock puppet accounts. I know that we will have a session in a while how to do that. But how to create this so-called coordinated and authentic behavior. So we look into these things, how they're being spread rather than what they are saying, because those information that is being disseminated, it might be partially true. It might be having, and a lot of time it has a kernel of truth, but wrapped in a like wonderful package of lies. Then about the coordination, yeah, it's hard to tell. I would rather perceive this pushback of the overall counter-disinformation field as overlapping interests of multiple actors that are sometimes actually having and participating in pushing back. And it seems like a coordination, but I'm not into conspiratorial thinking because I'm debunking it. Yeah, you know this famous picture when there's like a lizard head and like pyramid head person and they're like playing some table game. I would rather avoid it. About the content moderation, I do not perceive this as a censorship per se, because platforms are private companies. Free speech does not equal free reach. And if there are some extremist content on those platforms, they could be, yeah, it could be taken down because they're essentially private companies. Can you have those opinions? Sure. Can you go to the public space and tell them? Yes. But it is not like, social media are not public places, it's private company, right? And they are providing you services. You know, you need to read through all of this wonderful hundreds of pages of agreement before like clicking continue, but nobody ever read this, right? So they can and do this thing. And finally, was it denialist science, right? The question that you asked. We went through it with different means of science in the last century. You have CEOs of cigarette companies testifying before Congress telling that cigarettes are not addictive. In 2 years, they were actually acknowledging that it is addictive. There is science proving that they are not addictive. The same goes with sugar, the same goes with climate change. You always need to understand and compare the amount of things that are being there, right? So if the 99 people tell you that there is climate change and one scientist tells you that there are not, it does not mean that you need to bring on the TV station 2 people from each camp and portray this as an equal. There is not equal, there is a consensus if like 99% of scientists are telling that this is actually a problem. But try to avoid equalizing those things because there is no equality in that. And disinformation is a real problem, and we need, like, yeah, there will be blowback. It is essential, right? People do not like to be wrong or being corrected. But We need to understand that and keep this in mind, but still moving forward because disinformation is a big problem.
I'm going to let you, I don't want to go over because I want to keep time for questions at the end. So I'll let you question.
Yeah, let me try to tie everything together. So there's a couple of things that that I've always advocated for that have been brought up by Jessica and by Roman. Jessica's entire kind of stump speech about bringing things back to the local, making civic engagement reinvigorated, all of these sorts of things, giving people a reason to participate in democracy. I still believe in that. I also still believe in the power of open source. So at the Center for Information Resilience, we do very similar work to what DFR Lab does, or Bellingcat. I know there's a Bellingcat person in the room. We look at things that people post online, and using that, we can tell a lot about what our adversaries are doing, the lies that they're telling, and the behavior that they're trying to exact in the real world. Unfortunately, with both of these things, both kind of localizing and reinvigorating civic engagement, as well as OSINT work, it kind of gets back to your conversation that you had with Peter. People don't care if things are false. People don't believe in engaging with the system because they think it's already rigged against them. And I've seen that in my own work and my own experience as well. The fact that the right-wing media machine was able to call the granddaughter of somebody who was in a gulag in Russia, somebody who wanted to censor, the fact that my work was all about media literacy and they said I was a woke fascist who wanted to take away free expression for Americans. I mean, it tells you everything you need to know about the way that people are engaging with their information environment right now. And I'm sorry if I sound like I'm beating a dead horse. I just think that this, again, is a really existential moment, and we need to rise to the challenge here. And so one of the things, and I can't give a lot of details yet, but you'll be hearing more from me in this space in coming months, because finally I've cleared out kind of the legal fires that have been percolating in my life, and I have time to do real proactive work now. And I think it is really important that we do more pushing back against this coordinated campaign, more peeling back of the curtain. And I will say, I do think it is coordinated. And Roman, my initial reaction was the same as yours. I was like, these are a bunch of like weirdos. They're all trying to get something for themselves. No, actually, I am increasingly convinced, right? We know for a fact that America First Legal is working with Jim Jordan's weaponization committee. When they get documents there, it's circulated through to these guys. You remember Stephen Miller from the White House? He's leading America First Legal. He's funding these lawsuits against all of the researchers, against some of the government entities, right? I would also assume they are working with Elon Musk and the Twitter Files guys. It's all one giant laundromat, and it is all coordinated. Also, if you look at the messaging against all of us, the talking points, it's not just coordinated like, oh, we were listening to Fox News. There is circulated stuff going around. They use the same words, depicting people in the same ways, circulating the same experts. These folks are brought into congressional panels. It's coordinated, right? And I think we need to pull back kind of the curtain on the funding and the coordination and all of that. And that's something I intend to do. So watch this space.
Wow, I want to leave time for some questions. I want one thing I want to make sure to just to put a cap on some of what happened with the second question there is to remind us all of and I can't quote it perfectly from memory, from Hannah Arendt, who said, many years later, many decades later, commenting on her work, The Origins of Totalitarianism, she said that the thing that happens if you lie to people all the time is not that they will believe the lie, it's that they will become so demoralized, so cynical, that they begin to disengage, to lose their ability to do critical thinking and judgment. And with such a people, you can do anything you please. That's the connection, right? If they reach that point of exhaustion and cynicism and disengagement, that feeds right into the hands of autocracy, authoritarianism, and fascism. Thank you. Thank you all. What a wonderful commentary. I don't want to go over. I can see. Didn't see the clock before. There it is. 10:30. Right on time. 15 minutes for Q&A. Will somebody else be walking around with a microphone? How does this work? Oh, okay. So I'm going to leave it to to you, and we've got a few questions. Yeah, it's up to you.
Hi, Jeff Trimble. Great panel. Really wonderful discussion. I think this question is for Nina, since you're not going to be here tomorrow, and we're going to have a panel on Russia and China. Could I draw you out just one step farther on the level of cooperation and collaboration, and you come from the background studying Russian disinformation. To what extent are the Russians still really players in what's happening now in the United States, or is it kind of they've fired it off and it's now self-perpetuating and they've backed away from it, or maybe somewhere in between? To what extent are the Russians, and if you want to say something about the Chinese, go ahead, but I wanted to draw you out on this since you're not going to be here for that panel
Yeah, I
tomorrow.
appreciate
Thanks.
that, Jeff. And one of the most frustrating things about the campaign against me is that for the past 2 years, I've talked about what's happened to me and not been able to talk about the thing that I have my degrees in and studied. And frankly, the thing that's really important right now with the war in Ukraine. Here's what I think, and this is what I've always said. And luckily, a lot of the conclusions in my first book, which was out in the lobby, thank you, that was lovely, really hold up today. And it's that Russia has never been creating falsehoods whole cloth, right? They exacerbate pre-existing fissures in our society. And I would say that right now we have a pretty big pre-existing fissure in the animosity, vitriol, and polarization that exists here. So when you see the folks saying things like, you know, disinformation is not real and the people who are involved in this industry are just part of a giant grift trying to self-enrich, Russia's very, very happy to play that up, right? Because they're saying, oh, all of these people who have been calling us out for the past 8 years are actually grifters, and here's an American who's saying that. We don't need to create a false account. We don't need a false amplifier to do that. We can just amplify Matt Taibbi or Rudy Giuliani or whomever and use that in our own campaigns. And that's exactly what I think Russia is going to be doing. I don't see a need for Russia to attempt to create the networks that it created before, because those networks are kind of self-perpetuating here and they can just amplify those in various ways. When we look at kind of China, Iran, and the rest of the adversarial information ecosystem, I encourage everybody to look at the Director of National Intelligence's 2022 report on election interference from the midterms. I found it really interesting about how and when different adversaries attempted, at least according to the IC, to interfere in different races. So China, during the midterms, interfered in races where it thought it could affect an outcome that was pro-Chinese, which is always how China has operated. Iran, again, very surgically interfered in certain ways. And I think given the heightened awareness of foreign interference, a lot of the foreign adversaries are making that same calculation. However, the IC also showed that the space is kind of blown open now, and alluded to nations like Cuba, for instance, attempting to interfere in the information environment. So I think with as many vulnerabilities as we have, and this is one of the things that really worries me, right? I was meant to be doing work countering disinformation in the name of protecting the homeland and national security. We're kind of asleep at the wheel for that. The Global Engagement Center, CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and a number of other government agencies that have been on the front lines of this fight for the past 8 years, really the past 6 years, let's say that, have now been embattled. They are either under injunction from current lawsuits, or their employees are being hit with document and subpoena and interview requests from Congress. And if I were a government employee right now, especially a low-level government employee who was not a political appointee, who's just a civil servant, I would not be sticking my neck out to sound the alarm bell. And so that is what I'm most worried about. I mean, I think the Russians or whomever else could bumble their way along into success, because, again, there is that coordination that we built for so long that was so hard fought has now disintegrated under this pressure.
Can I just jump in really quickly on China, because this happens to be a topic that my team is currently fascinated with. We're looking a lot into spamiflage, which is we can quibble about whether or not it's a classic disinformation campaign or just a Chinese influence op, but this was discovered by researchers, I think, back in 2019, so it's been around for a while, but it seems to be pivoting right now, and it seems to suggest that China is increasingly following Russia's playbook in that instead of saying, wow, Beijing is great, look at all the fantastic things that China has done, it's now saying, wow, the US is a mess. You guys live in chaos. Things are really not good. And kind of the most recent examples of this were that there were networks of fake accounts that were spreading AI generated or AI enhanced images showing like the White House on fire or the Statue of Liberty cracking or like Biden and Trump going at each other with flaming spears. And it's really telling how they're now turning to capitalize on this culture of unease and polarization.
Just to jump on that, I mean, if you think about what the goal is there, right? If we don't agree that Ukraine should win, right, and we now are debating about whether or not we should continue to fund, well, then Russia wins, right? If we don't agree that, you know, Taiwan being a free nation should exist, well, then China can just cross the sea and take it over, right? You know, not kind of what the Taiwan people will do, but the chaos there is a feature for them, not a bug, because to do this thing called democracy, we have to come together and agree that like certain things are important. And how do we debate about what the best mechanism is to, you know, support American interests abroad that make sure that we stand with our allies? Like that's actually really complicated. So our adversaries are really good at amplifying those things because it gets at the fundamental thing that we're really good at, which is supporting, you know, global conflict. You know, our allies that are in conflict. We're good at that, right? Until we're not. And if they can sow enough chaos and get us to go, okay, we're out. Good luck, everybody. You're on your own. Well, that's a whole new world, literally, and that's a very big problem.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank everybody for a really great panel. My name is Vanessa Agnew. I'm from Academy in Exile and Technical University in Dortmund in Germany. And we support at-risk scholars who are in exile. And I wanted to say, Nina, I'm sorry to hear about your travails. Various people have underlined the fact that we can tackle content issues, we can tackle things systemically. I think what the point that you make, Nina, is that this is a huge time suck. One is prevented from doing one's work by being trolled, by being doxxed, by calls for documents. So I think this is an aspect that needs to be dealt with as well. How does one continue to do one's work when all of one's time is sucked up by having to deal with the kind of legal issues that one faces?
Yeah, this is a really important question that Jess and I were talking about a little bit in the bathroom before here. So one of the things that's important to me and something that when I came into kind of my post-DHS life, I made sure to tell my new organization, like, I want to lead on this. Again, I mentioned we're in OSINT. Sometimes our investigators are kind of trolled. Luckily, no one has been hit to the degree that I had yet. But I wanted to make sure that we had an online abuse policy as an organization. And I know there are a lot of kind of investigative organizations and NGOs in the crowd. I want you to know that this is not just for governments, it's not just for newsrooms, it is for all of you as well. You need to think proactively about how to protect your people. That means signing them up for things like Delete Me or Canary, which wipe your private information off of the internet. This is more a concern for Americans and less for Europeans because you guys have GDPR, lucky you. You need to think about investing in kind of other platforms. There used to be something called Block Party on Twitter that allowed you to kind of proactively block people who weren't following you or who were engaging in harassing behavior. There are other kind of middlewares that are being developed now for kind of the new online ecosystem, but also thinking about how you're going to support your employees if they're hit with legal requests, how you're going to support them in launching or filing requests with law enforcement, even if that's just a police report or potentially thinking about protective orders, how you're going to help them preserve evidence, and how you're going to help them navigate trauma. It took me a really long time to kind of acknowledge, and perhaps this is because I was in my kind of postpartum life as it was all happening, but like how traumatic this was for me. And I like to think of myself as a strong and resilient person. And even so, I have a really hard time trusting people now. And so, you know, making sure that your health insurance includes access to therapy, things like that. All of this is on the Center for Information Resilience's website. If you search like CIR online abuse policy, it's there. The broader questions about how we kind of help the community in terms of mutual aid responding, that is something that I think the academic and research community has really fallen flat on. There are some efforts to coordinate on that, but in terms of communications and then also in terms of the legal fight, it is extremely expensive. I am self-funding my lawsuit against Fox, but that hasn't even been the most expensive part yet, and my lawyers are working for free at the moment. It's been these frivolous lawsuits that have come to attack me that I've had to get dismissed, right? And that costs money. So thinking about some sort of mutual aid framework, I think, is where this needs to go, particularly if some of the worst visions of the future come to pass. We need to think about that. There's a lot of, understandably, a lot of money and a lot of thought put into how to protect journalists, and I'm glad that that has been changing for the better over the past couple of years, but we need to think about our sphere as well. And I think it's going to have to come from within.
Time for one last question.
I think he had his hand up before.
Hi there, Kevin Lentz. Question for Roman. You mentioned that things were looking pretty good for Ukraine on the information side for the first half year, and then the Russians started learning. What was going on the other side of that equation with the Ukrainians? Were they unlearning or just being stagnant in their thinking about it, or did they just lose momentum? Be interested to hear your thoughts.
Thanks. That's a great question. No, what I'm saying is that it's extremely premature to say that somebody won information war. First of all, you cannot win something that is eternal. Basically, it's been there for a while. There's a fantastic book by Thomas Reed about active measures, dating a century ago or something. Even when kinetic will stop, the campaigns will continue anyway. So what happened is that on the first few months, there was like an enormous evidence that Russian messaging isn't working in Ukraine. They thought that like, oh, we'll come in and people will cheer us with flags. We cheer them with guns. So basically there's something different happened, right? But then they started to realize that, okay, in order to stop the war effort, they need to achieve a few things. First of all, they need to make people less willing to resist, right? So make them resilient. So we need to find some clashes in the society and amplify them, as it was before. But it was a change of tactic, because the initial messages were like, oh, brotherly nations, yay, we're not bombing civilian buildings, etc. They are. But these were like refuted, and Ukrainian information space like covered it like flawlessly. But then they started getting back to their old tactics. So like the main platform in Ukraine right now is Telegram. And it is heavily ridden with Russian and pro-Russian, pro-Kremlin disinformation out there. It's quite easily flowing. And they are trying to influence different kinds of population. And also they started doubling down on the problematic issues that are felt problematic for people, right? So it's like military losses, conscription, corruption as well. It's not that Ukraine lost, so don't get me wrong. We are like putting up the good fight. We are doing okay, but Russians had some successes, and that's what I wanted to point out, that they're not lost absolutely and fully and totally. No, there are like some campaigns that were a bit successful, like this campaign that I alluded on the TikTok. It received millions of views in Ukraine and abroad. It's like AI-narrated videos, or like, oh, Reznikov, former Minister of Defense, bought some villa in, I don't know, French Riviera or whatever. But you could like reversibly search this image and find that this is still for sale, so anybody could buy it. If you have 7 or 8 million euros, go ahead. And that's the thing. People believed into this stuff. So genuine people commented on it, shared this. So yeah, there are some successes, but and we are underfunded. So we're like always the counter effort is underfunded. So this is like an unequal fight, even though we are pretty successful and the baseline is maybe somewhat in our favor, but it's not as it was in the first 2 months when it was like absolutely like, I don't know, 99-1. Now it's 60-40, I guess. Makes sense.
Please thank our distinguished panel for a great discussion.
All right, while our panelists are making their way, we want to thank you all again. That was really fantastic. Lee, thank you for your expert moderation. We're about to get underway with panel 2, entitled From Reactive to Proactive, the United States and Information Warfare. This panel's experts will debate the nuances of information warfare in and against the United States. What tactics are the U.S. adversaries deploying? How is the U.S. defending and protecting itself? And how does that actually work in a free and open society with transparent information transparency? So as our panelists take their seats, I will hand the mic over to our moderator, Kevin Lentz, who's a dual master's student here at University of Texas. One thing I do want to say is that most of this is on the record. If there is something, I should have said this earlier, if there's anything that our panelists want to be off the record, please do say so. Otherwise, we will assume it's all on the record and postable. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for that. Here we are. Welcome to the Information Warfare in the U.S. from Reactive to Proactive panel. So at last year's conference, we fleshed out a lot of the issues in the U.S. government's efforts in the information environment, and we'll certainly do some of that today. But my hope with this panel is that we can, A, take a step back, re-engage the problem with some renewed energy, and then B, also move a bit beyond describing the problem and get towards sort of prescribing solutions, getting to the blue sky thinking. We're at a policy school here, we're at a huge university. I'm hoping we can generate some fresh ideas that some of us can take as we embark on our careers, maybe in government, intelligence, so forth. So how does the U.S. do information warfare? How can we do it better? Why should we want to do it better? What are the stakes? And then at the center of this panel is kind of the question, what does a proactive information function look like in the U.S.? Because we often learn, a more ideal version of the DoD, IC, et cetera, especially in policy school, but not so much the information side of things. It's kind of a mystery to us. So I'm Kevin Lentz, a master's student here, was already introduced, but I lead the Cyber Pacific project at the Global Disinformation Lab, and that's a joint project with the Army Cyber Institute. And we look at what the Indo-Pacific militaries are doing in cyberspace, how they're thinking about it, organizing it, and how it's different from how we do it. And if that sounds interesting, we're going to have a poster at the reception tonight, so please stop by. And I want to thank Michelle and Sally for giving me the opportunity to moderate this panel. We have some fantastic experts with us today. And I'll keep these bios short. So Matt Armstrong is a man who was sanctioned by Russia in 2022. He's writing a book on the history of information and political warfare in the U.S. as a PhD candidate at the King's College in London. And he has decades of experience in the U.S. government across multiple continents and served as a presidentially appointed Senate-confirmed governor of the Board of Broadcasting Governors, which is now the United States Agency for Global Media. And I would recommend a Substack, Mountain Runner, .substack. He responds to the comments, which is nice. Down at the end there, we have Adam Sykes. He spent the first 10 years of his professional career in the United States Marine Corps, where he was decorated with the Silver Star, among other honors. He then served as a paramilitary officer in the CIA for over a decade. We operate in multiple continents, and his views are his own and do not represent those of his current private sector employer or past government employers. And then lastly, we have Jeff Trimble here. He's a lecturer at The Ohio State University and chairman of the board at EurasiaNet. He worked his way up from a local journalist in Kansas to a Moscow correspondent, then worked at Radio Free Europe, including as acting president, before working as one of the top civil servants at the Broadcasting Board of Governors, coordinating with interagency peers. So these are three folks with storied careers that span multiple decades and continents. I encourage you to read their full bios in the program, and we're very lucky to have them. All right, so we'll have 10 minutes each for opening remarks, and we'll do some moderated questions, and then audience Q&A at the end, and we'll go with Matt, Adam, and then Jeff. So Matt, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. That panel, thank you for having this presentation, this whole conference. This has been wonderful so far. That first panel was just absolutely terrific. And I'm honored to be on this panel with these guys. Well, with your bio, Adam, I didn't know you before, but I've known Jeff for, let's just say, a long time. It's been a long time. So appreciate this. I'm going to try to be under 10 minutes because I believe the Q&A is more valuable because I can tell you what I think you want to know, but I would love to know what you want to know. First, and after I said that about the conference, I'm going to take issue. most of what we're talking about, I would argue, is not information warfare, it's political warfare. It's the use of the information for an end. I think disinformation is a great term, and information warfare has its utility, but that draws us on to focusing on ammunition rather than the intent, the effect, why something is being done, and for what purpose. So I think with that understanding, we can see that there is just, and with the panel that came before us, a key problem is the absolute stunning lack of leadership, the absence of leadership from the very top on down, because there must be a push signal, a demand signal, both coming from the White House, through the cabinet secretaries, on through the agencies, all the way through, to prioritize, to enable, to support, and to pressure, and to hold account these operations to integrate the informational element in policy, whether that is the domestic side or the foreign side, or establishing domestic activities like the DHS entity Nina was a part of, or the purpose of the Broadcasting Board of Governors, now the U.S. Agency for Global Media. Jeff and I have experience of just the gross misunderstanding and lack of understanding of, even within government, of what the BBG did, that it even existed. Half of the members of Congress in our oversight, when I was a member of the board, that I would meet with, were surprised the agency existed and wanted to know, what does the VOA do, the Voice of America do? This is leadership. This is, again, White House on down. This is not a party thing. This is a bipartisan failure over decades and decades. So I've got two little quotes I'm going to throw out. Oh, wait, before I go into the leadership part, I want to stick on, this is really interesting in the utility of this and being at a policy school, because part of the dysfunction here is that this political warfare, disinformation, the informational role of policy is absent from the educational pipeline. So when people going through their education, whether bachelor's, master's, PhD, and they go into government service, whether in the legislature or the executive, the understanding of the informational element of policy is just absent. It's just something you sort of learn on the job later on. And it's the sideshow. It is the pixie dust that's sprinkled on the problem later. It's the putting lipstick on a pig. It's to change the subject. It's something that comes later. It's not brought up in front. So one quote that I have is, why should a leader who was so keenly aware of the political and ideological significance of the war have felt that the way to win it was to ignore its political and ideological aspects? I think that's applicable today, and that leader is at any level. But the lower level leaders need the support from above. And another quote is, we have lost and lost in the Cold War for one primary reason. We have been amateurs fighting against professionals. So long as we remain amateurs in the critical field of political warfare, the billions of dollars we annually spend on defense and foreign aid will provide us with a diminishing measure of protection. And one way to realize this is just in the foreign policy realm, national security realm. An errant munition is easily explained if the boom is literal. But if that boom, if that errant munition is a message, people shy away from it. They proactively retreat. We fear engaging on the informational side because we don't have the support from our leadership. So again, I'm just going to keep mine well under 10, I think. I didn't pay attention to the clock, which is right there. So I'm going to pass on. Jeff, thanks. Or Adam.
Thank you. Now I'm on. Hello, everyone, and thank you, for being invited here. This is wonderful. As Kevin said, I spent the first 10 years of my life in the Marine Corps and the next 15 with the Central Intelligence Agency as a paramilitary officer doing covert action. And I believe I was invited on this panel to kind of provide that perspective of the intelligence community, and no longer with the government at all. I now think about this when it comes to writing fiction. And it just so happens that my next novel that comes out next month pertains to exactly this: disinformation, big data, and how it's used and manipulated. But as we're going to talk about things here on the panel here, what I wanted to do was provide a baseline when it comes specifically to the Central Intelligence Agency and covert action. Everything I'm about to discuss has been cleared by the Publications Review Board at the agency, and there's also an exceptional book out there called Executive Secrets, which describes the covert action process and where it comes from in law and title and all those areas. And it's written by William Doherty. But the CIA has essentially three primary missions. That's to collect information, that's to analyze that information and provide it to policymakers to make decisions, and the third one is to perform covert action. And that's where information warfare or covert influence would fall in this discussion right here. Covert action for the U.S. government is enshrined in Title 50 of the U.S. Code, and it has a very specific definition. And it's actions by the U.S. government taken abroad in either political, military, or diplomatic context where the role of the U.S. government is not acknowledged or it's hidden. So as we think about information for the rest of what we're going to discuss here, that's what I want to kind of throw out there for everybody. And that's it. I think I'm well beyond 10 minutes. Yeah.
Jacob, if you're around, I've got 2 PowerPoint slides I'd like to have ready as background. I want to be careful about using them because I believe that power corrupts and PowerPoint corrupts absolutely, so I'll keep it brief, but just because the world of U.S. international broadcasting is a little complicated, it might help. I just wanted to level set for a second on this idea of the American commitment to information warfare, and we can talk about whether that's the best thing to call it or not. But let me just poll the group. What would you guess is the percentage of the international affairs budget of the United States devoted to public diplomacy? And by that, I mean everything the State Department does and what U.S. international broadcasting does. What percentage of the international affairs budget goes to that? Anybody have a guess? Come on, don't be shy, shout it out. Go ahead. 3%. That's pretty close. Yeah, it's pretty close. So this is what we've got. The percentage of the international affairs budget that goes to public diplomacy in FY22 was 4.14%. And the percentage of total federal discretionary spending, so the federal budget over which Congress has control to say we're going to spend this much, public diplomacy gets 0.14% of that, of the federal budget, less than 1/6 of 1%. So that's the U.S. government commitment on the open side of State Department and U.S. international broadcasting to public diplomacy. And I'm quoting this from the Advisory Commission for Public Diplomacy, which Matt served as executive director for and which does an annual report on this stuff. So just to level set where we are on this. You know, when I saw the name of this panel, I got to say I kind of groaned. I went into journalism during the Watergate era, committed to the notion that journalism is about comforting the afflicted and afflicting the comfortable. And I still pretty much believe that about journalism, and that hardly seems consistent with winding up on a panel eventually about information warfare in support of U.S. national security interests. So what I'd like to convince you in a couple of minutes about is that it's not an oxymoron to do independent, hard-hitting, fact-based journalism at taxpayer expense, funded by Congress and under the umbrella of a U.S. government agency. It can be done, and it gets done every day, I think, very successfully. So to debunk, or perhaps for some of you to pre-bunk, to use the language of the day, myths around U.S. international broadcasting, what it is and what it isn't. And I've kind of done it all in U.S. international broadcasting over 20 years, from the editorial side, including managing all the editorial operations at Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, 28 languages, to countries in the former Soviet space and Middle East and South Asia, over to the other side of what we refer to as the firewall, serving in the agency itself, including as executive director and eventually as deputy director of the agency, which is the top civil service position in the organization. So I kind of see it all the way across. Before I talk briefly about what U.S. international media does, let me be crystal clear about what it doesn't do. It does not do disinformation. Full stop. Under the accepted definition that disinformation is deliberately spreading false or misleading information. Doesn't do that. If the U.S. government feels that needs to be done, it needs to be done elsewhere. It doesn't get done by the broadcasters. It also does not target audiences in the United States intentionally, although audiences in the United States are welcome to access it. Particularly, it's very easy to do in the digital era today, and Matt's a big expert in the history of that particular case of why it doesn't target U.S. audiences. The slide that's up right now cuts right to the chase about giving the mission of U.S. international broadcasting to inform, engage, and connect people around the world in support of freedom and democracy, and then jumping right ahead to how that connects in promoting the national security interests. This is a quote from the current U.S. Agency for Global Media Strategy, which has been updated just this month. The strategy is called Truth Over Disinformation, Supporting Freedom and Democracy. And it draws directly, as does the work of all agencies involved in national security in the United States, from guidance from the president, usually in the form of the national security strategy. Right now, the U.S. has, the administration has an interim strategy, which calls for national security involving promoting freedom, prosperity, peace, and dignity. So that's the connection across from the mission directly to how it cashes out in connection with national security policy. So U.S. AGM itself, and we could jump on, can you jump to the next slide, or do you want me to do it? Oh my God. Let's see. Yeah. Just so you can see this kind of messy diagram which gives the components of U.S. international broadcasting. The agency itself provides the distribution of content, technical and administrative support. It's the administrative and marketing arm of the agency. It oversees the work of 6 entities. 2 of them are federal organizations, the Voice of America and the Office of Cuba Broadcasting, which oversees radio and TV Marti, and 4 private nonprofit organizations, 501c3s, Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, where I worked for 10 years, Radio Free Asia, Middle East Broadcast Networks, and the Open Technology Fund, which is about promoting freedom in the digital space, and they receive grants from the agency. Also, and this is particularly important, the agency itself serves as the interface with the rest of the U.S. government to ensure that the work of U.S. international media meets the expectation of supporting U.S. national security interests. It's one of the largest media organizations in the world. Nothing in the United States itself comes anywhere close to it. 62 languages, 100 countries, audience of 420 million adults weekly. That's measured audiences, where they can actually measure audience. And that excludes any audiences that there might be in the U.S., and those audiences have doubled in the last 10 years. So again, the American taxpayers don't shell out $900 million a year just because it's a good idea to do good journalism around the world. From the very beginning of U.S. international broadcasting, its core mandate has been to tell the truth, and in doing so, to say bigger things about our society and our values. In fact, the very first words ever spoken on the Voice of America in 1942 in German, just after the playing of the Battle Hymn of the Republic, was a voice saying, "We bring you voices from America. Today and daily from now on, we shall speak to you about America and the war. The news may be good for us, the news may be bad, but we shall tell you the truth." And this principle is enshrined in a series of documents, most recently and definitively in the 1994 International Broadcasting Act, which very specifically says that it's the policy of the United States to promote the right to freedom of opinion and expression, including the Article 19 stuff, to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media. Second, open communication of information and ideas among the peoples of the world contributes to international peace and stability and the promotion of such communications in the interests of the United States. And the law goes on to very specifically say that U.S. international broadcasting, under its broadcasting standards, must be consistent with the broad foreign policy objectives of the United States, and it must be conducted in accordance with the highest professional standards of broadcast journalism. And it needs to do 3 things. It needs to do news this is quoting again from the Act, which is consistently reliable and authoritative, accurate, objective, and comprehensive. It must do a balanced and comprehensive projection of United States thought and institutions reflecting the diversity of United States culture and society. That's telling America's story. And it must do clear and effective presentation of the policies of the United States government and responsible discussion and opinion on those policies. That third point I always felt fit pretty comfortably in the first point, which is doing the news. Doing the news, part of it is saying this is what the policy of the United States government is. That's part of what news people do, and then responsible discussion of that policy. The tough question about, and I need to say that the independence of the journalists is protected by what I've already referred to, a firewall, which is in legislation, which says U.S. government officials, and in fact now including the management of U.S. International Broadcasting itself, the CEO of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, cannot dictate content and interfere in content creation. Full stop. It's a violation of the law if they do so. So that firewall protects the journalistic independence so the broadcasters can do their work without fear or favor. This doesn't mean they shouldn't interact with U.S. government officials. Certainly they should. They should do what journalists do. They should be having them on the air. They should be asking them tough questions, and they should be putting it out there. So to a point that Matt's written about so thoughtfully just in recent days even about whether or not this is propaganda, is U.S. international broadcasting propaganda or not? I have a very clear answer to that, which is yes and no. No, because it is not designed and intended to push a particular narrative in favor of the policies of any given administration or point of view of the United States government. That is not what it's meant to do, to push that and try to sell it to people. It is propaganda in the sense of the very fact of doing high-quality, independent, pluralistic journalism and rendering that in 62 languages around the world serves as an example of our society and the role of free speech, debate, and discussion in our society. So it is propaganda, if you will, on behalf of our system and of our set of values. When you hear this content in Farsi, when you hear it in Russian, you can draw conclusions that, you know what, I'm hearing critical points about the United States. I'm hearing a Taliban spokesperson in a carefully moderated context, not just given an open microphone, but ask tough questions about things that the Taliban has done. You can draw conclusions about the society from which this content comes. And the last thing I'll say by way of opening is just a tribute to the thousands of people who make this happen. The vast majority of these people are citizens of the countries from which they're reporting. They're doing so under increasingly hazardous conditions in which they operate. And if you look, for instance, at the website of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, it will inform you that RFERL has been declared an undesirable organization by the Russian government just in recent weeks, which means if you're in Russia or Russian-controlled parts of Ukraine, and you're a Russian citizen or a stateless person, if you access content of Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, if you like it, if you share it, if you comment on it, if you share it, or if you try to contact RFERL, you are subject to prosecution by the Russian government. And this is applied to other media outlets within Russia as well. And in particular, then I would note there are 4 Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty journalists who right now are in jail in Belarus, in occupied Ukraine, and in Russia because of the work that they've done. Andrei Kuznechuk, Igor Losik, Vladislav Yesipenko, and finally Alsu Kermasheva. Scan me if you like. Scan me if you like. And I have flyers about Alsu, who is a journalist with Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty's Tatar Bashkir service, who is a dual Russian-U.S. citizen and went to Russia in October because her mother had fallen ill in Kazan, and the Russians promptly said, glad to see you, you're in jail now because you haven't registered as a foreign agent, and the content of what you do is breaking Russian law about reporting on the war in Ukraine. Journalism is not a crime. These people need our support desperately, and anything you all can do to try to help Alsu by reaching out to your representatives and others to argue with the Russians on behalf of her and these terrific journalists is much appreciated. So I took more than my 10 minutes, which was to take away the time you guys didn't take, and I apologize for that, but I think that's all I've got.
That, Jeff. Matt, quick historical question here. Jeff said he cringed at the phrase information warfare. It's a dirty word in the U.S., so is propaganda. And this goes right across the U.S. government. We heard from Nina, and this is case in point. No one wants to be seen as coordinating information towards an end. And maybe that, well, never mind. But, you know, the military has a conflict between informers versus influencers, and there's drastically fewer resources for the folks doing PSYOP, which is the influence side of things. In the State Department, they would probably also cringe at the idea that they're information warriors or something like that. So no one wants to be seen as doing this work, right? Why is that historically? You're deep in the history on this. Was there like a moment where it became what it is today, where it's sort of like in the shadows and we don't like to think about it? Or does this just bubble up naturally from our open liberal democratic system?
So this is a huge question that we could take up the entire rest of the time just to talk about examples. Let me start with what Jeff described to you about the U.S. international broadcasting. The reason why the United States decided to keep the radio broadcast service and its international information programs that it launched during World War II under the name U.S. Information Service, as well as the broadcaster, which was generally referred to as the shortwave broadcasting and sometimes referred to as Voice America or Voices of America, different names, was because there was a need to counter misinformation or counter disinformation, correct misinformation, and fill in the gaps in the absence of information. That's fundamental. That's why it existed, that's why it was kept, and that's why it continues to exist today. And at the time, this was sometimes referred to as propaganda, because at the historical view, if we go back to the time in the 1940s, particularly in the immediate post-war, well, even before the war was ended, so late 1944, 1945, you heard the word propaganda often, but it required a qualifier, good, bad, ours, theirs, something, because it was about the promotion of information, the sharing, propagating ideas, etc. Later on, that became a dirty word. Now, there's all arguments that even before World War II was a dirty word, but in this immediate post-war environment, the main lesson of Nazi propaganda was the elimination of alternative voices. Was not that the information merely existed, not that they were simply messengers, but that there were they eliminated the other voices, which is why the freedom of information was paramount. This is so for the U.S. experience, the Article 19 that Peter spoke about, this was integral. This was all part of why the U.S. wanted an international information sphere. In fact, there were discussions at the time to create we know of what a diplomatic passport is, but a press passport of the same caliber. That information, press information, would be able to freely move across borders. Reporters, journalists would be able to freely move across borders. They would have special press passports. That obviously did not come about. So moving around, we have this misunderstanding of how we use propaganda. So if you look back, you have things where the word propaganda is used, therefore it was propaganda. Well, it meant something different than it usually does today. In fact, to this point, where I have notes for a reason, now it's helpful if you can find them, whatever. I looked this up. Words like nice and silly, they have changed their meaning dramatically. They don't mean what they originally meant. Propaganda is almost that same thing. So in the framing and in our common use, we are right now propagandists. Why? Because we're trying to discuss a certain idea. We're trying to get you to understand something. By definition, it's propaganda. I was just reading a master's paper from somebody who is currently serving in the State Department in the public diplomacy area as he was writing his master's thesis, and he was outright declaring he's a propagandist. That's fine. Technically, yes. Is that a useful term? No. But I think part of this issue, ultimately, to wrap this up, so we can have other people talk, as I said, I could go on forever about this, is that the leadership has failed to understand the role of the informational element of policy. And so when the word propaganda gets tossed out, it somehow shuts down the conversation. So for example, if you look at law review articles about the Smith-Mundt Act, which was the fundamental law that enabled and authorized a vast amount of engagement by the State Department abroad, and including the State Department's ability to facilitate other agencies to work and engage abroad. It also allowed an informational component, Voice of America and other activities, and virtually anything at state informational abroad, or some, not all. If you look at law review articles, they just say it's propaganda. And they roll with it from there. They never define it, never clarify it, and they seem to explicitly, not just implicitly, rely on the derogative sense that's there. Now, everybody's going to influence. You're going to communicate to influence. I'm holding this microphone. So we have this bad relationship. So it does percolate into policy, and people just fear and they step back, I think, because we don't prioritize the informational element of policy as important.
Great, thank you for that. So I said, this goes right across government, but I don't really know that because, there's military tools, there's diplomacy, but there's also a third option. And it's hard to get information about it for all the right reasons. But Adam, can you speak to this? I sort of highlighted the military has this tension. The journalists don't, there's a tension there as well. Is there a similar current in the CIA, or is it, how does it go down there?
So it's interesting what you said about, Matt, about leadership and coordination, things like that. And the comment about covert action being the third option. So sometimes covert action is referred as that, and essentially that's where the leaders of this country, the president and the other elected leaders, have determined that political, or not political, but diplomatic and economic means and foreign policy are not working, so they're going to have this third option. To be very clear, though, covert action is in no way, any shape or form, a silver bullet. Covert action has to be an integral part of foreign policy. It has to be connected with it. It can't be a separate message. It can't be an alternative message. It has to be coordinated with what the overt foreign policy of the United States government is. And that goes into the whole idea when we think about national power and our place here in the world, that whole of government approach. If we look at the history of warfare, there were times where armies could take the battlefield, and when it came to logistics and how they operated, it was armies in uniform lining up against each other, doing battle, and that would decide the outcome of a conflict to varying degrees. We're in a world now with connectivity, where the internet, the interdependence of our economies, and everything that's also going on, the ability to travel around the world so quickly, that as we think about our role on this planet and how we interact with people and the role of democracy, that there has to be a whole of government approach. And that's where covert action, once it's decided and there's a presidential finding, that's when it can be put into play. Speaking about the intelligence community and the agency, with some of that tension maybe you mentioned. So the role of the CIA is to collect, analyze, report, and do covert action. Within the agency, there's different directorates, and you can look on the website and see these. The Directorate of Analysis, they're the ones analyzing the information that's collected, whether it's human, signet, or other types of different sources out there. You have the Directorate of Operations, they're the ones going out there collecting this information. You have Director of Science and Technology, Director of Support. You have these different directorates. Within these directorates are different career paths that you can go up to. And in these different career paths, you can excel and reach the top. But as you find yourself rising in the ranks within the agency, depending on what directorate you're in, you have to understand this whole of government approach. Nothing can be conducted in isolation. Whether that's collection, analysis, using technology, or covert action, it all has to be interwoven and then applied to the rest of the foreign policy, whether that's connected with the State Department, the Department of Defense, Treasury, and everything that's going on there. There are some very highly trained, specialized, and focused individuals who work in this arena, And if all they want to do for the rest of their life is focus on that arena, they can. And they can do that and they can focus on it, and that's what they're going to do. But other people will get exposure to different aspects of the intelligence world and the realm of national security, because that informs them to, when they rise to the ranks where they become someone who's advising a policymaker, that they're able to provide an informed perspective about that information. So getting back to the original question about is there a tension, I don't think there's a tension, at least from my experience, and I've worked with this all over the world. It is recognizing what tool is appropriate for that particular foreign policy objective, and then applying that accordingly. That's what I would say.
Thank you for that. So that sort of raises the question of coordination. And Jeff, you have experience in this space of the interagency process, coordinating sort of information from the perspective of the Broadcasting Board of Governors. Could you share some experiences with that, how that goes down, successes and failures?
Well, I got to say, the first time I found myself in the White House Situation Room talking about complex issues around Russia, I had to say to myself, what the hell am I doing here as a career journalist? But it was so to seeing all sides of this. Frankly, and to a point that Matt has made, most of what I did in the interagency process was to raise awareness and visibility of U.S. international broadcasting across the U.S. government so that other parts of the U.S. government could understand the utility of U.S. broadcasting in advancing U.S. national security interests in ways that are entirely consistent with a journalistic mission. Let me give you an example. Afghanistan. The Voice of America and Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty have highly successful, big audience, huge credibility services in Dari and Pashto, so the main languages of Afghanistan, big audiences. When the U.S. was deeply militarily involved in Afghanistan, things happen. So my point would be, look, DOD, if you have mistakenly bombed a civilian wedding and killed a bunch of Afghan civilians, because unfortunately those kinds of things happen in a war space. We're journalists. We want to find out your perspective on why that happened and what you might have to say about it, because for sure the Taliban is going to be out with their version of that story in the next 10 minutes, and it's not going to make the United States look good. We're going to put you on the air, DOD folks, and we're going to ask you tough questions, and we're going to give you the opportunity to make your statements about what this happened, which is what journalists do as part of our balanced reporting on the incident. And you're going to reach very large audiences with your version of the story, with a balanced, objective approach to the story through our channels, that you're certainly not going to get your version of the story out through the Taliban's media outlets. So there'd be those kinds of interactions to more broadly make U.S. government aware of the sheer reach and extent to which U.S. international broadcasting was able to report, consistent with professional journalism, actions of the U.S. government when they go right as well as when they go wrong. So frankly, that was most of what I did. But also it was to be able to take back to the agency, again, on the high side of the firewall, not where the journalists are working, but on the side of the firewall that has integrated with the rest of the U.S. government. What are the priorities? So by law, U.S. international broadcasting has to go around to the rest of the U.S. government every year, the State Department, the intelligence community, the Treasury Department, whoever through the interagency process seems relevant, and say, what are your priorities? What's really important here? Oh, the Balkans. You're paying particular attention to the Balkans, so that when we then would think about what should we emphasize in perhaps standing up new language services, taking down language services that perhaps no longer are needed or effective, we have the information from the rest of the U.S. government about what we should consider to be the priorities. Again, not what to broadcast there, but what should be the priorities, and we then would reflect that in our budget submissions, including asking to open new language services and close services that had done their thing. On some specific occasions, we would ask for interagency support from other parts of the government for things we wanted to do. Again, still with respect for professional journalism. In 2010 or 11, was it, when the U.S. bombed Libya and Gaddafi was toppled as a NATO operation against Libya, there was a desperate need to get information in Arabic to people in Libya about what was happening. Well, the U.S. government has aircraft assets that are flying broadcast platforms. So we negotiated with the Department of Defense saying, we would like to use your platform to get high-quality FM radio into Libya from our service. These are our journalists doing what they're doing without fear or favor on a frequency. From our point of view, we had to make sure in the agreement with Defense that our frequency would be ours alone and would not be shared for use for PSYOPs or any other purpose that the military might have, but that we'd have a dedicated frequency to transmit. So we would seek and get and use the kind of assistance and cooperation for something very specific like that, but again, not in a way that gets in the way of the work that the journalists are doing, just to facilitate something like the distribution of their content.
So I want to jump in and add to something that Jeff said. And this goes into the education, so not just the interagency collaboration, but just the education and awareness of what this stuff is and why it is important, and where the term propaganda is really damaging. So you'll see news reports, you'll see analysis. I've mentioned some law review articles where the word propaganda is just tossed out there, and then that just sets a tone. So an example with what Jeff mentioned about Afghanistan and the bombing and using the radio, and another example I have from Afghanistan was the Taliban lit off a bomb that killed some women and children, and the NATO PAO was going to, ISAF PAO was going to release the press release saying this was not NATO, this was the Taliban. Well, the Taliban got the press release out first. Now the PAO said, I can't release my press release, it's not my job anymore. Why not? Because then he would be a counter-propagandist. It's not his job. So there we see there's just a fundamental dysfunction of understanding what is your role in this space, what is information, what is public opinion, and what is this thing, propaganda. It is a really fascinating, and we can go on and on about this, of how these concepts of I can inform, I do not influence, it just magically pervade. So an example to speak to what Adam was talking about a bit is, maybe to make this a bit simpler, in the military world, and I know few people here are in the military world, but a combat commander will have a public affairs officer and likely a JAG, the lawyer, next to them. And the public affairs officer is going to generally say, I'm making generalizations, this is how this action will play in the United States, or this is how I can manage it with the media. The JAG is going to say, this is what's legally permissible based on the law of armed conflict. If the PSYOP, the Psychological Operations Officer, who is the only one that's a trained communicator among that group, was there, the PSYOPer would probably say, well, what's our objective? Well, do we need to drop a bomb on that house to achieve that objective? Can we do it through other means? Which doesn't necessarily means using text and pictures. There are other ways to cause influence and change behavior. So the PSYOPer is going to have a very different perspective, but to the point is that the PSYOPer, because of the lack of education and training, is not there. Now move that into the standard civilian place, as Jeff was talking about the budget, the civilian influencer, to use a term, is not at the table. It's not part of the process. It's not inculcated that there is an informational element to this. How do we deal with the abstract policies? Well, that's how we deal with it, is abstractly, or on a macro scale. So anyway, I just wanted to add that PAO in Afghanistan, I'm not a propagandist. That is a place we seed, and we can see that same kind of mentality in the first panel that they are fighting against.
If I could add real quick and build off what Jeff and Matt have been saying here, using that Afghan example, I think the speed, responsiveness, and proaction is critical to some of the stuff we're talking to. But I want to say more than that. Now in a world of AI and deepfakes and everything else that's going on there, speed and coordination, I don't think we understand how to get there yet, because things are happening so fast and so quickly that how are we going to respond? And then we have this institutional friction that slows things down and inhibits a potential response or a potential action that could have averted something. How do we do that? And referring back to the previous panel with what Tiffany Hugh was talking about with the puffer jacket, a lot of times that first message, whether right or wrong or gets corrected later or redacted or whatever it is or countered, that first image or first statement is what sticks in people's minds. And so as we think about information and how it's being communicated, speed and responsiveness are critical. But what do we do when we still want to have that, or still need to have that human governor on how we communicate things and ensure it's in line with our democratic values, which we're supporting?
And for me, sorry to jump in, that's a leadership issue, because this is my statement before, that an errant munition that explodes is much more okay than an errant message that explodes. So the classic example is a platoon can be patrolling in Iraq back then, and they could shoot a kid, but they couldn't put a flyer on a telephone pole saying a kid is missing, because the flyer was PSYOP, because it's paper. And that's just an odd way, that's a reality, and that's a leadership problem. That's not empowerment. It's a failure to empower. It's a failure to educate, failure to train, and failure to support, because mistakes will happen, and there's just no backing. And one thing to keep in mind is that this is an asymmetric issue. Everything that was in the first panel, the political warfare here, this is cheap and easy. It can be iterated multiple times. It can be through proxy or direct, and we want to be comfortable with traditional warfare. While our adversaries, we are so strong in traditional warfare, quote unquote, that why wouldn't our adversaries go through the other direction? In fact, it's inherent if you really look at Russian and Chinese history. This is the way you work. You don't have to go face on. And so this is where it's the war we've been engaged in, but yet it's the war we're failing to prepare for.
All right, I think we've done a good job of talking about the failures and the problems of what is. Now let's try to transition to maybe the what should be. And Adam said the magic word, proaction, proactive. It's been in the air a few times already in the conference. What does an effective or proactive information posture function look like in the U.S.? And I'll throw out a bunch of questions here, and feel free to take it an agency-specific route or go whole of government. Do we need to take lessons from our adversaries? What about our allies? How should it be organized? Do we need new agencies and authorities? And is there a specific U.S. leader or model from history that we should elevate? And then, if you could, what role do universities play in facilitating that more proactive stance? And yep, Scott, melee, go for it.
Yeah. So, Peter, I want to ask you a question. If you can dial into me here for a sec. Are you with me? Me? Yeah, you. That's okay. Come on up if you don't mind, because it gets to the questions that Kevin has just posed.
Yeah, so it's doubled now.
So I was citing the first words ever spoken on the Voice of America, which is, news may be good, the news may be bad, we're going to tell you the truth. For 20 years, I worked in U.S. international broadcasting, relying on the fundamental belief that in the long haul, truth will win. And I have one of Tom Kent's books right here in which he quotes Thomas Jefferson, "Truth will do well enough if left to shift for herself. She has no need of force to procure entrance into the minds of men." Well, in a way, that's my question, Tom, to Peter. You know, what about the truth as a winning formula? Can we stick with the concept of truth? And I'm asking on behalf now of U.S. International Broadcasting, which prides itself on telling the story straight. Can we stick with the idea that truth over the long haul is a winner in the information space, or are we in territory that's too complicated for that?
Well, let's unpack it. here's the start of our unpacking. You know, there's truth plus there's the amplification. So let's unpack it. How is it going to achieve victory? What's our theory of change after having been, you know, humiliated by so many USAID and State Department sort of like, you know, documents? We need a theory of change. So how does truth get to victory?
Do you want to take that, or you want me to come back? So that if presented with the facts, with reality, people will make rational decisions about the way they wish to live their own lives and the way they wish to have a government and a society around them, and will move to make those kinds of societies in place. And those kinds of societies are much more compatible with our society and our values, even if we disagree on things, than those that operate in an authoritarian space.
But let's just take the first bit of that. That people, you know, make rational choice acts decisions about information. I'm not the philosopher, but it's kind of rational choice theory, essentially. So I don't think there's much support to the idea that rational choice theory is victorious. You know, in economics, you know, we think that people don't make rational choices. You know, there's been people who've been criticizing that sort of conceit for a very long time, going all the way back to Walter Lippmann, sort of questioning it. So the idea, and since then we have all this research about confirmation bias, and, you know, this idea that there's a rational choice actor, you know, going through some sort of mythical marketplace of ideas, weighing things, and then choosing the most high quality one. I think we're like the last, you know, the people who hold on to this idea. I think in economics and psychology and everything else, nobody has found that to be true. Talking about truth.
I'm not sure. I'm glad I asked that question, but that's part of a way of trying to get to an answer about where do you go from here. U.S. international broadcasting is not going to explicitly do disinformation unless Congress changes the U.S. International Broadcasting Act and says it's the job of U.S. international broadcasting to do disinformation, in which case I don't think I'd work there, but maybe somebody would, and that would be a ministry of the U.S. government. We'll see how that goes. So disinformation is not an answer going forward. So for the moment, you stick with high-quality, verifiable, fact-based information, with one of the biggest challenges being increasingly how do you actually get it to people, which is an old Cold War challenge that we're facing, again, increasingly today with actions by countries such as Russia.
I also don't think, does it have to be that? You mean you've created a bit of a binary choice, which is the classic propagandistic trick to do. Give people a false choice and therefore win the argument. I mean, yes and no, a propagandist. No, but I mean, it's not a choice between truth versus disinformation. It's like, you know, it's how do you integrate truth into people's lives? I mean, my new book, it's all about somebody who used very, very elaborate ways to do it. But without getting there, I mean, look, we know some of the most effective ways of teaching people about, I don't know, about medical issues, about HIV was through George Clooney and ER, you know. So you know, even if I completely agree that we need to stick with evidence, let's call it that, with evidence-based content, but how you get it is the question, really.
Yeah. And I think there's a role for what Jeff's talking about here, but Matt sort of brought up this idea of we're a lot of well-meaning amateurs against sort of hardened professionals that they do this for a living. They're not thinking about, Roman was talking about, they're not thinking about the ideas like this great marketplace, Socrates and the Agora, we're just having a chat. It's a battlefield. And so, you know, there's a sense that we're just wading into this sort of, you know, ongoing turret fire. So maybe journalism is aside, but what does proactive look like in terms of, I mean, is it a training thing? Is it an education thing? It seems like we're in a chicken-egg situation where leadership doesn't get it because there's no one at the table. There's no one at the table because there's no resources to get the people at a higher enough level to get at the table. Does that make sense? So how do we get, you know, what are some ideas to get beyond this?
So just on Jeff keeps bringing up U.S. international broadcasting, and I just want to make sure we understand that where USAGM's networks operate, is that still up? No, good, is are those places, my shorthand for where those places, where its target markets are the places Special Operations Command has been, will be, or recently was. So this is not, what he's talking about is not journalism that is intended to engage in the UK, in France. So this is a discrete tool. And I think that's a really important value, and that's why he mentioned that many of its journalists are from these dangerous places, because that's inherently where that operation is functioning. So we broaden that. So that's just a small tool for a specific set of geographic areas or conceptual areas, right? Languages do not end at physical borders, right? So that's one thing. So to this broader question, the resources reflect priorities. The priorities reflect the understanding of the importance by leaders. And I think the solution, there's no one solution here, is that universities like this start to integrate into the poli-sci, into the international relations, the idea that public opinion, actually does matter in the conduct of foreign policy. And I think it's probably in the domestic policy discussions of how that works. I don't know. I'm a foreign policy specialist. And that's essential. But it also means that you have these deeper conversations with your neighbor of what is foreign policy. Why does it matter to us? Why does it matter what somebody abroad thinks? Why does it matter that we need to counter the disinformation abroad? Now, how that takes place, that's a separate conversation. We have to understand why it's important. Then we can get into the details, and we can start to iterate and change and see what works and what doesn't. So I get asked, what about a recreation of USIA? Well, one, USIA was an example of leadership dysfunction. It was breaking a larger model of deep integration across the interagency with foreign policy, shrinking it and moving it outside. So if you're thinking about recreating USIA, you don't know you don't know your history. But ultimately, it depends on what the president wants and what his cabinet wants and what his national security staff are going to support. And so how do we get there? I think it's in a way, it's a psyop. We need to communicate and influence and ground up, and hopefully the top will start to get it as well through the activity. It's plain and simple as that.
So thinking about it from my time in the military, one thing we used to always talk about was that every private lieutenant, everybody out there in the field was a form of a censor. They were out there no matter what grade they were, no matter what rank, they were receiving information, that it was their responsibility to make sure they communicated that back up the chain, which is very different from when we think of World War I, where the private was a bullet catcher, and that's what they were doing as they were going over the wall. So why are our military men and women, our service members today, why are they censors? They're more educated, they're more aware, they're more in tune to what's going on. So if we think about that as them being censors and receiving information, they can also be elements for communication. Napoleon coined the term the strategic corporal and how a corporal can change the tide of a battle. But even in today, from personal experience, whether it was in Iraq or Afghanistan, you had very relatively low-rank individuals who were out there in the field who would make decisions that could have theater-wide effects. And so as we think about the military population today, one thing we should continue doing is educating, which is a lot of what we're talking about up here, educating to what this is. This is another element of power when we talk about information. It's no longer just a rocket, it's no longer a bullet or a rifle or an individual, a ship or a tank or a ship. Information is a part of this, and we have to educate that force that they are an integral part of that grand strategy.
The historical side. So I'm glad you didn't mention it, but you implicitly referred to it, and so this is not a critique, but Adam just mentioned about the informational piece, right? There's that DIME construct. D-I-M-E, D for diplomacy, I for information, M for military, E for economic, which was since perverted to include finance, intelligence, and law enforcement. which just reflects my criticism that I'm about to make about the DIME model, which is it's a model of bureaucracy, not actually levers of power or means of power or elements of power. It's a bureaucratic model. And going back to World War I, what's really interesting is that the U.S. Army War College in 1917 came up with a 4-part model of the elements of power. Political, not D, diplomatic, which is focused on the State Department, but political power, because today DOD exercises a tremendous amount of political power. Just for example, C for combat power, right? Because the military, it's what we think of the military is really its combat effectiveness and in the perception of the combat effectiveness, which is really important because both the P or the D, depending on how you want to look at it, P is better, and the C, the combat power, rely on the informational element. Otherwise, it's covert action, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't have the same dissuasive, persuasive effect. And the I is not this innocuous information. In 1917, the Army War College model was P for psychologic, not psychological. I don't understand that. I haven't been able to determine why psychologic versus psychological. But it's the effect of that lowercase information, right? It's the, what is the effect? Because you could have combat power have a psychological effect. You can have political actions that have a psychological effect. In fact, the Army's Military Intelligence Bureau organized around this, and oh, sorry, there was also the E, economic. That hasn't changed. That's still a catch-all of all sorts of stuff, including aid and commerce. And they actually arranged the Military Intelligence Bureau of the Army around this PPCE model. We've lost these things. There's so many things we can draw from history that we've forgotten. But again, I just caution, my personal caution is information is ammunition, and we often, it's easy shorthand, but let's not get lost in the munition. It's the effect of that munition that we need to be paying attention to.
Great. Does anyone want a final word on this before we turn over to the audience?
So the difference between, yeah, you let me in and like, chaos. But the difference is, I completely agree with Matt. So the British in World War II had the Political Warfare Executive, which was created after much turbulence for this exactly, to bring together the different tools of political warfare, which I think is a great term that we probably can't use, but let's use it while we haven't thought of a better one. The big difference now is that so many capabilities lie outside of government and are much better. And I know it's such a cliche to say it's all about networks now, but the political warfare of the future will be won by the team of the best, who can leverage networks better. So we know the other side's networks. It's troll farms and mercenaries and corrupt media owners in the Western Balkans and a bit of state Russian media, all working together, sometimes very effectively, sometimes not, but invested into. Our networks are just starting to emerge. It's white hat hackers who have a talent for getting all sorts of interesting things on the dark net. It is incredible investigators like Christo Grozev. It is elves as opposed to their trolls who are, I think, spreading truth, but who are understanding the reality of operating in the cyber arena. And maybe, I mean, we can get into lots of details because I actually think it's emerging during the invasion of Ukraine. So I think it's going to be that. They know their networks, and we've spent so much time analyzing theirs. We can start breaking their networks much more aggressively, by the way. Don't see why we're not doing that. But we need to start developing ours, which are going to be different. They are going to subscribe to a different set of values. But maybe unlike an RFE, they are going to be effects-driven. They're going to start with, what's the aim? Getting them out of Niger, because they've just pushed us out of Niger. How are we going to do that? Literally yesterday.
All right. Anyone in the audience want to throw one up? Right here in the front.
Okay. Well, there's so many things. I think that, Jeff and Matt both know that I have a little bit too much experience with the public diplomacy side of this conversation. But I think one of the things that we're not talking about here, because we're really talking about our overt efforts. I think this conversation has been about public diplomacy, about the spending in the international affairs budget. It's so much about our culture of how we do this, because we can talk about leadership, we can talk about priorities. I think, the State Department thinks it's prioritizing this because there's a budget line item for it, for exchanges. And they think that they're creating a network of people who love us because we pay for their education or we pay for a 3-week exchange program. But our policies are really the thing. Like they can love us because we put them on a Fulbright scholarship, and the second we start doing what's happening in Gaza, they'll turn on us because our policies are our policies. And I just think that we have this culture. It's really confusing because on the one hand we have this AGM, right? Which is like, we have these information channels that we want to communicate in these foreign publics. At the same time, though, we're like, oh, it's icky if we give them this message. But then at the same time, Congress is like, oh, but AGM, you cannot have that person. Don't go interviewing the leader of the Taliban, or don't go interview this person who's extremely newsworthy, because it'll look like we're supporting them. We have this like strange, schizophrenia in what we're doing, but at the same time, we won't allow ourselves, because of, I think, our culture of we need to be very honest about what we're comfortable with. I'll just end with, when China kicked us out completely of having American spaces, we were perfectly happy with them to have Confucius Institutes all over until there was hard evidence that there was spying, and then it was like, close up shop, get them out. But the idea was not a reciprocity. When you talk to the State Department, it was, once they see our open society, that's what they'll choose. So there's this naivete in here as well. So I'm completely all over the place. Have at it.
So I see that, spot on, and I can expand on that with that reciprocity issue. And this goes to a point that Jess Dawson made in the first panel about RT in the U.S. I was trying to further the negotiation when I went to Beijing and Shanghai about, they promised us, when I was part of BBG, that we could open a second bureau in Shanghai. The VOA could have a bureau in Shanghai, a second bureau. And then they were like, no, but the reciprocity. And they had put in place significant limits on VOA's operations and staff levels. And yet, at the same time, Radio China International had leased 24/7 a radio station here in Texas, not to mention CCTV and all these other Chinese outlets, government outlets over here. And the U.S. government, did almost nothing. In fact, in my tracking at that time, Michelle Obama, then First Lady, had made 2 requests for reciprocity, and the President had made 1 request for reciprocity, and that was it. But for the State Department, yeah, I concur. You were inside. You are also a viewer on the outside. The State Department, I think the culture that you are primarily speaking to is a bureaucratic culture, and the defective State Department culture, that again, this informational element is something over here. And it's not deeply integrated. So you don't have the President pushing, you don't have the Secretary of State pushing, and a representation of that is the fact that the Undersecretary for Public Diplomacy is a position that's been vacant nearly 50% of the time since it was created in 1991 as the successor to the Director of USIA. In fact, the best analysis comparing the hiring, I've written about the vacancies. I think the best analysis looking at the comparative gaps and the qualifications of USIA directors to undersecretaries for public diplomacy comes from a Russian scholar that was a researcher at IMIMO, thank you. She sent me an English translation 2 years ago, and it was terrific. And we just don't care. The conversation. So when we have these conversations about how do we improve these things, we're not even looking at considering that there's a Chief International Information Engagement Officer at the State Department, an undersecretary. It's completely ignored because all of this stuff is broken because of the lack of leadership to prioritize, hold accountable, to make them do something, and to put them at the table. And it's allowed to operate that way. And again, it's a leadership issue, so it's not a schoolhouse issue. Army War College eliminated their information operations faculty a while ago. You have the big Army and Pentagon in general eliminating PSYOP because they want to focus on just great war, big war type of stuff. And so it's permeated across the government, and there's just, I disagree that it's necessarily the American culture. I think it's our political culture and our lack of understanding that and refusal to accept over decades. This is not a recent issue. This is a decades-old process, going back even, I think, to the 60s, where It's the militarization of policy, and it's just guns and bombs that decides our national security.
Yeah, and the schizophrenia, I mean, that's a loaded term, but maybe it's apt, is interesting because at the same time that the military is doing that, they also opened or stood up in the 2019 NDAA a Foreign Malign Influence Center, which got some press. And so on the one hand, we're getting rid of capabilities, but then there's also, we need this. And so State Department has GEC, but it's embattled. You know, we had the disinformation board, governance board, thank you, that Nina was on. So it's like we're doing it, we're not doing it, we're not doing it, we're doing it kind of thing. So it's and it seems like when this sort of dynamic plays out, it seems like it is the military that ends up, you know, holding the buck, and so to speak. So that speaks to the militarization of policy, which is a whole nother issue. But we have time for maybe one or two more questions, and if you guys don't have one, I still have some. Right in the front here.
Okay, so propaganda I think of as an umbrella term. It's a bit of a loaded term because it's got some historical, you know, problems with it going back to Nazi Germany and before. But the word propaganda is using information to influence people. It's not meant to be objective. You're trying to get them to do something. But there are different kinds of propaganda, right? There is, I mean, these are old-fashioned terms, but there's white propaganda where you are telling the truth and where you believe that it's true. Then there's black propaganda, disinformation, where it's false information that you know is false information. So, I mean, to a certain extent, maybe part of why people have been backing off and, you know, getting allergic to this idea about the mission of spreading true information to influence people is because of the word. Because of the word propaganda, because it has that bad smell to it. But the idea of using true information to counter false information, where's the problem with that? I mean, again, it's selective. It's meant to be influential. It's not objective. You're not saying everything. But when somebody's saying something false and you counter it with something true, technically speaking, that's propaganda. You're trying to influence them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad.
Well, one a bit of a historical aside. So, as you quite rightly pointed out, the propaganda fide, to propagate the faith, was the first time the term is used to propagate the Catholic faith. And one interpretation about the negative smell to the word propaganda is to do with the fact that in Protestant countries, anything to do with Catholic distribution of information was going to be negative. So actually, our negative sense of that term is deeply kind of connected to the Protestant skepticism of anything that comes from the Pope in Rome. And listening to this one, damn right. No, sorry, that's a bad cheap shot.
No, I'm glad you mentioned that about the Protestant Catholic, but also the bad smell. There's an author, Doob, D-O-O-B, who wrote about how propaganda in the U.S. has a bad odor, the word. But propaganda is probably, so I heard a long time ago that the lathe was the only machine that could make itself. I don't know if it's true, but I had heard that. Propaganda is, I think, the only word in the English language that to use it may be an act of it. And I think, and this is the heart of my criticism about the word propaganda, is that people are often too lazy and just call it propaganda. They may be well-meaning in thinking this is an innocent term because, look, if I look at the definition and the actual historical definition, it's neutral, and you must have a qualifier, good, bad, black, white, whatever it's going to be, ours, theirs, and ours is implicitly good, theirs is implicitly bad. That's not the popular use, especially today. And you will too often see discussions around these topics where the word propaganda is thrown out. And I think it's either lazy or it's an act of propaganda. Because the reality is, and as you put it, is that this conversation is an act of propaganda, right? Because we're trying to influence. Ergo. So an example I've had for the public affairs officers in the military is you're a PAO of a major U.S. base. there's going to be construction at the main gate, so traffic's going to have to get rerouted. So you're going to coordinate with the local populace, the local city. So how do we reroute traffic? What alternatives do we have and all that stuff? So not only is that public affairs officer is going to do that to keep good relations with the community, right? Because military base wants to maintain relations. They're a propagandist. They're a psychological operations officer. Why? Because they're influencing not only perceptions of the local community, but actually affecting their behavior. So where do the words matter? And so, again, I think propaganda, the real problem with it is we are simply too lazy. Too many people are too lazy in tossing out that term. And it's often an act of the word. And it short circuits the conversation about these important topics that we're talking about.
Food for thought. And speaking of food, it's lunchtime. Please join me in thanking our panelists. Oh, it's not?
That was propaganda.
Yeah.
That was disinformation.
Cut the feed. Cut the feed. Okay, yes, thank you. Please join me in thanking our panelists.
I thought that was a really cruel way to transition to my next panel. If people want to just stand up and stretch, please do. But we are about to go into our final panel before lunch, and it's going to be an amazing one. So stick with us. I'll ask our panelists to come on up, and I'm moderating, so stick with me.
Should be good.
Okay. All right, everybody. It's nice to see everybody up there. This is our panel. As you can see in the schedule, this is a panel on public trust. We will be looking at the causal connection between disinformation, denialism, and the erosion of trust in public and governing institutions. We'll examine disinformation's role in the widespread erosion of faith and enumerate the risk to public trust from the new and social media lenses. I think you can read the description in your program. Now, some of us it seems to me, I think most of us are coming to this conversation from a deep knowledge base. So we may go kind of some basic discussion, but happy to get into the more complex nuances in our Q&A. I'm going to introduce our panelists quickly. Our panelists bring to the discussion diverse and complementary viewpoints from higher education, the private sector, and government. So I think it's going to be a perfect panel. All right, we're going to to my left is Amy Leff. Amy is an assistant professor of practice at the LBJ School with expertise in risk management, online platform policy, and complex societal problems like political misinformation. I invite you to look at her bio. Next to Amy is Justin Dyer. Justin is the executive director of the New Civitas Institute here at UT Austin, which is a collection of scholars working to advance free inquiry. He's also professor of government and the interim dean of the School of Civic Leadership, which is also a new entity here. We're looking forward to hearing about that. To Justin's left is Lee McIntyre. We've seen him a couple times here already this morning. Lee is he serves as the senior advisor for trust and science at the Aspen Institute and has held a number of lecture teaching roles at various universities. And Sherry Greenberg, all the way to the left, is a professor of practice and a fellow of the Max Sherman Chair in I probably got that wrong, State and Local Government at the LBJ School of Public Affairs, and she's a professor of practice at the Steve Hicks School of Social Work. Additionally, she is the LBJ School Assistant Dean for State and Local Government Engagement. Sherry has extensive experience in the public sector. I'm the only one on this panel who has been elected to office and served for about 10 years in the Texas legislature. So unfortunately, Sherry has to leave early, but we'll try to get through this, so if anybody has questions, we can get to it. So on that note, we're going to start with you, Sherry. Today's panel focuses on distrust toward public institutions. As I said, you are a unique voice here. You have also served the city of Austin as a advisor to Mayor Adler. I recently asked Mayor Kirk Watson the difference in serving today as his previous time serving as mayor in Austin, and without a hesitation, he said it's the omnipresence of social media. It's making it much less fun. So lack of trust in public institutions is not a new phenomenon, but now we look at misinformation versus disinformation and now crowdsourced information as new factors. So talk about how you see this and what it means to actual governance.
Sure, it's not new. We have seen an erosion in trust in government going back to the Vietnam War, Watergate, Bowling Alone, which Robert Putnam, of course, published in 2000 about people not joining the Rotary, not actually joining bowling leagues, right? We had The Big Sort, which Bill Bishop wrote in 2008, and that talked about people sorting in neighborhoods where they were like each other. So this has been evolving. However, it is true that we no longer have, for instance, in the media, the trusted source at 6 p.m., right? Where everybody sat down and they turned on a television set and there were 3 networks and you got the 6 p.m. news, right? And so one of the big issues today is who is the media? When I was in the legislature, we knew the media, right? There were big rooms and they were at computers or typewriters or whatever, and they had tags and they were on the floor of the House and Senate. And the same when Kirk Watson, right? And in fact, a few years ago, there was a big debate in the legislature, the Texas legislature, as far as who would be allowed on the floor, who is the media. So I think we start with this situation where many people are in their own echo chambers, where they may have sorted into neighborhoods with people like them, and where who's the trusted source, who's the media, right? So you may be only listening to one source. I try to, I have feeds from dozens every day that are disparate. You may be living in a neighborhood with people just like yourself, and you may be in a situation where you're getting what you think is the news or what to you is the news, and in fact, it's not media, it's not a trusted source. And this is where we get into social media, right? I spent about 6 years studying use of social media by members of Congress and congressional committees with some funding from the Congressional Research Service. And when I first started studying that, members of Congress, and we downloaded 3 months of all their tweets, their Facebook posts, we coded them, and a lot of it was, here's what I'm doing in my district, or as I say, hey Ma, I'm on TV. Look, I'm gonna be on TV. And that, as we have seen, has changed greatly over the years, as have the platforms, whether it's Facebook and YouTube, which we know have algorithms, right, which are, how should we put this, encouraging people in certain directions with certain types of feeds. And so I think the algorithms are really a big issue. And a lot of times people don't talk about that. They talk about social media, they talk about TikTok, Twitter, but they don't talk about the algorithms behind it. And I think that that is a very big issue. And so yes, we have seen a change. And not only in my teaching and in my prior experience in government have I seen it, but also during the COVID shutdowns, I was actually chair of Central Health, which is our local healthcare district. And what we saw there was, again, with social media and with the lack of trust, it became very difficult in some ways to get people the care they needed. That erosion of trust in public health, in government in general, and you really have to go to trusted sources, right? Then, though, you get to trusted sources that, in fact, are misinformation or disinformation. We all know misinformation is information you're spreading that's just not true, but you're not, let's say, intending to be malicious. Disinformation, you know it's not true, you're intentionally spreading it for an effect, right? And so we get into the misinformation and disinformation. We get into who's the media, who's a trusted source, and where can you go? And all of that, I believe, has eroded trust in government at all levels, local, state, federal, healthcare districts, you name it. So it is an issue, and in my experience, you have to find accurate, trusted sources that you then can helpfully guide people towards. And it's certainly an issue that we are grappling with today as far as trust in government. And I think with younger people, even more so. And again, I think some of that goes back to COVID-19 and the shutdown, right? Young people who were shut down in high school or maybe early in college. What's the facts? What's true? Who do I trust? What's happening to my life? So we've very much seen that too in generationally.
Well, much like the last panelist sort of honed in on really a term of propaganda, this trusted source, I would say, is we could spend hours and hours
Absolutely.
on what a trusted source is, because it's, I think we've had a long time where people would say, why would government be a trusted source? So Lee, I'm a lawyer. I like to define terms and understand causal connections. I think you like to look at the distinctions and interplay between disinformation and denialism. So let me just say, with the voter turnout from Super Tuesday in, we know that here in Travis County alone, only around 7% of voters turned out. Now, we know that primary turnout is consistently low, but studies are showing that turnout has decreased. So with poll after poll showing that Republicans fear that elections are being stolen, and Democrats struggle to understand how the big lie has gained such traction, our society is polarized, both fearful of the state of our democracy, but for very different reasons. So going back to the beginning, disinformation versus denialism, what is happening here?
Okay, thanks. I like that question. So I've just written a book called On Disinformation, my most recent book. But before that, I've studied science denial for 20 years and wrote about that issue. I'm a scholar, a philosopher of science. And I was always fascinated in the question of how people could not believe things when there was evidence that showed that they were true. So I studied climate denial and vaccine denial and flat earth and evolution denial and things like this. And I went out and actually talked to the folks. I went to a flat earth convention. I know. And I spoke to folks who were anti-vaxxers and folks who were climate deniers, and tried to engage them one-on-one to see what made them tick. And I came away from that experience understanding that they didn't have a fact deficit, they had a trust deficit. I mean, you talk to flat earthers, they have actually read Newton. How many of you have done that? I mean, you think you can pull out something out of your pocket and prove to them that the earth is round, but they have a cheat sheet where they know about 5 different reasons why that experiment was flawed, even if it wasn't, et cetera. So they're prepared on that content, and in some cases know, quite a bit about the issues. They can tell you, well, these are the 5 studies that you need to read that you haven't read. And the more I thought about this, the more I wondered, how did this happen? Where not just what do they believe, but why do they believe it? What's the issue behind it? And psychologists and others have studied this issue. And then what came to me, and what was just a very short book, On Disinformation is a very short book, because I think I finally found the missing piece of the puzzle. They are created. They're made. Very few people are anti-science, maybe the Unabomber, right? Very few people are anti-science, but they go through the smorgasbord. They are selective deniers. So they say, a little bit of climate denial, a little bit of flat earth, a little bit of anti-vax. So why does that happen? It happens because because it is in someone's interest to make them deniers. The strategic denialism is what I began to study, because if you look at, for instance, why do people not believe that climate change is real? It's because there is an enormous disinformation campaign, mostly funded in the bad old days and perhaps even still by the fossil fuel industry. Why do people not believe that the vaccines are effective? It's because it's in someone's interest that they not believe that. Now that might sound weird, right? Who would be interested in you not believing vaccines? Well, as a matter of fact, Vladimir Putin. There was a terrific article in the New York Times in 2019 called Putin's Long War Against American Science. He's been undermining American confidence in science and trust in science for 20 years. So if you wonder why public trust in science has been eroding, part of the reason is we've been radicalized not to, to believe it. So then I realized it's disinformation. People don't just wake up one day wondering whether there's a Jewish space laser or whether there are microchips in their vaccines. They're fed that as a lie by someone who has an interest in creating an army of deniers, which is a very interesting asymmetry because it means that the people who believe it usually get nothing out of it. They're victims. They die of COVID, right? They have all sorts of problems in their life as a result of these beliefs because they're doing someone else's bidding, and that person either wants money or political power or something. And then I realized this is happening in politics too. It's not just about science, it's now about reality. There are, just to nerd out for a minute, there are 5 different steps that every single science denier follows on this pathway. Again, not what they believe, but why they believe it. The roadmap is, and I didn't come up with this, some cognitive scientists did, they cherry pick evidence, they believe in conspiracy theories, they engage in illogical reasoning, they believe in fake experts, and they think the other side has to be perfect in order to be credible. If you look at every science denier, they hit all 5 of those. And then I watched what was happening with Trump's big lie and January 6th. Same 5 steps. And that's when I realized that the disinformation problem had now metastasized. It's a strong word, but it had, from what the science deniers were doing to the reality deniers. But it's the same thing. It's a denialist campaign that's fueled through disinformation. Just to cap it off, what that means, I think, is that the way to fight this is not merely to try to get the people who are the believers to change their mind, though that's part of it, right? We have to have some empathy. A lot of them are victims. We also have to keep them from becoming believers. How are you going to get the disinformers to stop spreading disinformation? You probably can't. No American law is going to stop Putin from doing what he does. How do you get a believer to change their mind? Very hard to do. I've tried it. I wrote a book called How to Talk to a Science Denier, where you can read all about how very difficult it is to go into a scrum of people who believe this stuff and get them to change their mind. For one thing, because they don't trust you. Now, face-to-face conversation builds trust. It's part of it. What we really need to do, I think, so the pipeline starts with the disinformer. It ends with the believer. What happens in between? Disinformation is amplified. Sometimes wittingly, sometimes unwittingly, depends. That's where we need to clamp it. If you look at how people came to believe that there were microchips in the vaccines, it was a gigantic amplification campaign that started with the propagandists themselves. Whoops, I used the bad word, but went through social media. That's what happened. In April 2020, there was an article in a publication called the Oriental Review, which said any future vaccines, COVID vaccines developed in the West would have tracking microchips in them, courtesy of Bill Gates, who holds patent 666 on this technology. Share on Facebook, share on Twitter. A month later, 28% of Americans thought that that was true. Enormously effective disinformation campaign. Do you know who runs the Oriental Review? The SVR, the KGB, the later iteration of the KGB. People believed it because someone wanted them to believe it and because they profited by that belief.
I think that this question of profit is has for time immemorial been the concern. Jess, I'm going to come back to you and go over to Amy, because what I didn't, as I was trying to sort of quickly go through everyone's bios, I did not talk about Amy's experience in tech, in working at Meta and working in tech companies and working for tech startups. So, you know, you're coming from the side that does make money on our information. So we are coming back to trust, and you have been a leader in the tech sector's emerging trust and safety field. As you yourself put it, the professionals working to safeguard the internet. So as we now go from we have to find trusted sources to we've got to figure out who's profiting and why, let's look at social media, which is really about democratizing the voices, right? I mean, isn't that the big, like, let's democratize information? And yet, this is what we're afraid of, right? So frame for us, I'm a little bit afraid to ask this because I don't maybe want to know. Frame for us how we really should be considering online platforms as a dichotomous force for information and disinformation, right? What truly is the threat as we move forward? Remember, we're not here to just discuss the status quo. We're about moving forward. What do we go with? This is a very important election year. So what do we do? What do we understand?
Yeah, thank you, Robin. No pressure for me to be the one to represent the entire tech industry on the panel. And I will say it wasn't too long ago that I switched out my tech hoodie for my teaching sweater. So that really is the lens that I am bringing to this discussion today with these other experts. And so the lens that I'm providing is that of a trust and safety professional. And there are over 100,000 of us in the tech sector. These are the folks who are at tech companies, large and small, I've been at both myself, who are doing the best to reduce and mitigate these harms that manifest on social media and other platforms where we connect online. And I came into Facebook at the time. It's now called Meta, but apologies if I use the old term. When I worked at Facebook, I came in after the 2016 presidential election, and me and the teams that I led worked on what we called societal harms, and specifically on our advertising products. So the time that I worked at Facebook from 2016 to 2021, Facebook invested $13 billion in safety, in online safety. Now, I won't compare that to their revenue or profits. I don't actually have those numbers on hand. But my message for today is that there are brilliant, passionate, committed people who want to solve the problems that everyone in this room cares about, working inside these tech companies. And the tech companies are investing in trying to solve these problems, and it's not enough. And so, I want to share a little bit about why I think it isn't enough, more from a technical standpoint, having been on the inside and worked on these systems and policies and operations and machine learning models trying to identify and classify and remove harmful content on the platform. And so I've got three big reasons why what the tech sector is doing and the investments they've made, either in people, systems, technology, and otherwise, those are simply not enough. So reason number one, massive scale. These platforms are operating at a scale that we have never seen before and that we have a hard time conceptualizing. Okay, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube each have between 1 and 3 billion users each. To zoom in on Instagram, which was a part of the product that I worked on as well during my time at Meta, there are over 1 billion new photos posted on Instagram every single day around the world. The amount of new content that is being produced, shared, and reshared online is absolutely extraordinary. And even the best checks and balances and systems for identifying what is bad, harmful content and separating it out from the good content or benign content even those can't get it right every time. So the scale is extraordinary. Now, complex problems or lower complexity problems that have a pretty easily agreed upon source of truth, to go back to Sherry's term, which I think is really important here, a lot of these tech companies have figured these out pretty well. In the advertising world, pornography is a really clear one. You don't see a lot of pornography content or advertisements on Facebook, Instagram, et cetera, because those companies have figured out how to identify and remove that content. And most people in this room could agree on where we draw the line on what is pornography or not, right? We might have some discussion in the gray space, but we can put bad content over here, good content over here, on these easier problems. But when it comes to problems that don't have a source of truth, like disinformation and misinformation, the complexity magnifies the massive scale. So number 2 is the challenge of identifying and creating a source of truth, especially when it comes to misinformation. My team led the efforts to combat misinformation leading up to the 2020 presidential election. By most accounts, Facebook as a company did better in preventing misinformation or the spread of misinformation before that election than they did before 2016. But I'm not here to say that we have solved the problem or even that Facebook and other companies are doing a good job today. They have built out a massive program that uses third-party fact checkers to review content and identify whether it is true, false, or somewhere in between. These are experts from around the world speaking 30 plus different languages, representing different cultures and regions of the world. But that's a really hard thing to scale. To defer to experts and having them review individual pieces of content is really challenging. So they went a step further. They created a policy that if you had violated their misinformation policy several times, you became a repeat offender, and we might pause your Facebook page or ban it temporarily, right? But even these solutions are simply not enough. And I want to share my third big problem and why this is so challenging from a technical standpoint. And I think this is a problem that the tech industry can and should very easily fix, is a huge division internally inside of these companies between the teams over here that are designing, building, and launching the products and features, and who are responsible for the algorithms, the growth, the engagement of those products. There is a huge wall, a huge organizational silo between those folks and the trust and safety experts like myself and the teams that I've worked on and led who are working to combat misinformation and other types of online harm. And what I believe needs to happen is trust and safety experts need to be moved into the design and build and these core product teams who can be that voice of reason. And we need to have transparent, visible metrics at these companies around the harms that exist, how they're preventing them, and how much they're preventing them. So I'm excited to be a part of this discussion and this discussion with you all today as we move towards more discussion of solutions.
Thank you. That's very interesting. I think, Justin, one of the things that I'm struck by, we're talking a lot about the platforms that are being used, these profiters, these those with interests. I want to talk about the actual, in all of us, the individuals, right? I mean, when we're sitting at a top research university, one of the top in the entire world, we're at a public policy school named for a former president. You can choose either part of this to answer right now. We're going to come back to the either of these, but one of the trusted sources we've always had in our society is higher education, and yet that pillar of our society is now under attack as well. And I guess I'd like to allow you to spend some time to talk about does this have to do with the way that our universities are failing to respond to the changes in society around them? Or is this a problem with how naive and impressionable, how easy it is to manipulate each of us, right? Like that we would quickly believe untruths or attacks on these venerated institutions? What's going on? I mean, we do have a problem with the institutions, we have a problem with the people, we have a problem with the information spreaders. What's happening, and what can be done?
Well, thanks for that question. I think it makes sense to pause and think about whether we're doing everything right, whether we have some responsibility for the lack of trust in our institutions. And you see this in higher education. The numbers are quite stark. In the summer, Gallup had a poll, and it showed that 36% of respondents said they had trust in higher education. And that was down 20% since 2015. And that was prior to October 7th. And so I'm sure the numbers have plummeted since then. And so you have a large percentage of people in the population who don't trust higher education. Among the respondents who were Republicans, that number was 19%. And so you have a very low number and a partisan divide on campus. And I think one of the questions for that is what's happening and why is it that way? And going back to, Sherry had mentioned this book, Bowling Alone by Robert Putnam, and part of that was when I was an undergraduate, I was going through and we were reading tons of stuff on social capital and all of the things that Robert Putnam was publishing at the time. And one of the things that you saw was this ideological sorting among populations, partly based on regional sorting, where people live, there was more transplants, and you didn't have as much bridging across communities. Higher education was part of that whole sorting. And so you saw from 2000 to today a kind of ideological sorting in higher education, so that at one time you had conservatives who were 1/3 of university faculty members. And then of course, universities, if you go to the early 20th century, were conservative places. But you fast forward to today, and particularly in the liberal arts and humanities and social sciences, you see numbers like 4% of history professors, 3% of sociologists, 2% of literature professors are conservatives. And so in the political context that we have, there's been a fairly extreme ideological sorting among faculty themselves. So you have to ask, does that matter? What's the cause of that? Does it really affect what we're doing in the classroom? But for those of us who care about the university and the institution, we have to at least realize that that's a challenge, because the perception, whether or not you think it's real or not, the perception is that the university has become a partisan institution. And so rather than thinking of it as a public institution that serves the public generally, it's viewed by a large portion of the public as a partisan institution that doesn't serve everyone. And so it's something we need to wrestle with and think through. And I think coming to the theme of the panel about information and expertise, one of the questions we have is what the purpose of a university is. Why is it here? What is it supposed to do? What's its function? And depending on how we answer that question, we'll come up with different norms about how the university ought to operate. And one answer to that question is that the university is a truth-seeking institution, that the goal of the university is to discover, disseminate, understand reality, and to make discoveries about it. We see that on the clock tower as you walk by on campus, that you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free. This is built into what the university is about. What flows from that? If that's true, then we have to be open to evidence, that we have to, almost like a courtroom, you have to cross-examine each other, you have to have rules of evidence, you have to understand what counts and what doesn't as good arguments. This is why we have peer review, this is why we put our arguments out there and let others criticize them, why we make public our findings, why we allow people to try to replicate what we're doing. So that is the norm that gets built into the university if we think that it's a truth-seeking institution. So now what's happened is that we at least see some high-profile examples of universities going against those norms in all sorts of ways. I mean, there's a replication crisis where people try to replicate research that's been through the peer review process and they can't do it, and that's fairly common. There's a plagiarism crisis where high-profile people at major institutions are plagiarizing and being caught for plagiarism, and that's being put out publicly. On social media, there was some talk of, well, you know, we'll have to go through everyone's research and there'll be so much plagiarism as a kind of threat. And then you think, is that true? Are we all doing fraudulent research? But there's that perception outside. And so knowing that, what do we do about it? I think part of it is an internal reflection on our part about how do we do our work well? How do we maintain the highest standards of research and peer review and replication? What do we do about plagiarism? How do we navigate all of that in order to rebuild the trust of the institution as something that truly is about understanding and discovering the nature of reality and not about any kind of political program. And so I think acknowledge where we've gone wrong, address it in serious ways, and then work hard to regain public trust.
I just think in all of this, it lies the fundamental question about what is the evidence that it really, like, there's so much ability to manipulate evidence to what Lee said. And so let's just pause for a minute on higher ed, because we're here and I think a lot of you are from higher ed, and some of us can make an argument that it's not a government institution. There's public funds, but our universities are also now targets for massive political manipulation and control. And we're seeing that where we used to have this, I think that there used to be kind of a separation and a firewall. We have academic independence. This is something that is a cornerstone of our system that does not exist in other countries. And it's why so many international students and scholars and faculty want access to our institutions. There's academic freedom. We don't have a Department of Education that controls our universities, but we do have state legislatures that are. And I guess the question comes down to, okay, so if we look at a university as a microcosm of like the larger public, how do you fight this fight where, in fact, we've elected people to our state legislatures to represent us, and they might be the ones that are acting on our behalf to have better control over our educational systems? I wonder if anybody wants to answer that question or jump in for anybody here.
What exactly is the question?
Panel is about public trust and in our public trust in our public institutions, and we're talking about these sources of information that are eroding the trust.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm looking at just at universities, as that's listed as one of the things to explore, and our trusted institutions of government are also impacting our trusted institution of higher education. And is that right? Is that something that should happen?
The answer that I'm going to give to that is probably not one you're expecting, but I believe that a lot of it is based in the fact that the districts and the way they're drawn up for people to run from, whether it is city council, your state legislatures, members of Congress, right? With every 10 years after the census, we do what's called, we have to reapportion. And so that the districts have approximately, typically we say within 5% up or down the same population. You do that by redistricting, drawing the districts. And we have a situation now nationwide where there are so few what I would call competitive districts. And I believe in competitive districts. I ran in one, I represented one, and I think that when you have competitive districts that you hopefully elect people who are open to hearing differing viewpoints, right? And that once they are elected, right, they are looking at different viewpoints at the greater good. When you don't have competitive districts, and you brought up a state legislature, and many of our state legislatures, but most of them around the country, you have very few competitive districts. And so what that means is, again, the echo chamber. You have people who are elected who very much seem to go one way or the other. They're not open to discussion. And I do think that this affects public policy, and I think that it affects public policy related to our universities.
Yeah, I think that, so I was a professor for many years at different universities, and it seemed to me that at least part of what's going on is what Tom Nichols describes in his book, The Death of Expertise, which is a backlash against elites. And colleges have gotten much harder to get into, and they've gotten more expensive, and those are related because, people, I think, now often feel that, well, there are certain schools that are only for rich kids, and yes, they do have financial aid, but that's not for me. And unfortunately, in some cases, that's even elite public institutions, where I think that a segment of the population no longer feel, well, that's for me, or I could get in there, or that's who I am. And so I think that's part of what erodes trust, just that feeling of alienation, because even though it's a public institution, it's not somewhere that I belong.
Thinking about this question of the university and its relationship to the government, it's particularly public higher education has always been connected to, one, to the government, literally chartered by the state, but also connected to the political system, the society in which we live. Ron Daniels is the president of Johns Hopkins University, has a book that came out recently, and it was What Universities Owe Democracy. And he's at a private institution, but nonetheless thinking about the special status that universities have in our society, including tax-exempt status, but private universities, with very few exceptions, take federal financial aid and have federal grants for their research, and a large portion of their budget is provided by public dollars. And so they're providing a public service, they get a tax-exempt status for that public service, and they're funded largely by public dollars, even if it's for research grants for hard sciences, but public money is flowing into the institutions. The University of Texas is created in the 1830s when the Republic of Texas, in a session, Mirabeau Lamar says that cultivated mind is the guardian genius of democracy. That becomes the motto of the University of Texas. But it's this idea that in order for democracy to continue, we have to have a certain level of education in the population. And part of the mission of public higher education is to do that, to sustain the political regime over time. And so it's always related to politics in some sense and in some way. And of course, our legislature funds, to a large degree, the university. There's the UT system endowment is second only to Harvard's, and that's provided by state land and cattle and oil and all that. And so this just is a public institution governed by a public board that's appointed through the political process. And so I think our goal is not that we would be independent of the government or independent of politics, but that we would have such trust in the political institutions, would have such trust in the work that we're doing, that they would recognize the importance of the norm of academic freedom. And so I'm a big believer in academic freedom and a big believer in institutional neutrality, political neutrality for the institution itself, precisely because we want to be about education and research and knowledge, and we don't want to be about politics. But it would be naive to think that we could somehow be independent of that. It reminds me of the guy at the town hall meeting who said to keep your government hands off my Medicare. And there was this sense in which he didn't realize that Medicare is a government program, of course, and we're at a public institution, so we need to be mindful of that and really work hard, I think, on the relationship that we have with the political branches.
And I concur with that. I believe in neutrality, objectivity, expertise, being informed by facts. And I remember when one of my children came into the room one day, a little tot, and said, "Something's not fair." And I looked at them and said, "Life's not fair, get over it." Well, life is also political. That's a fact.
So, is the antidote to disinformation manipulation of each of us and the overt influence of social media, educated liberal arts graduates? So isn't it that if we have students that are coming out of these institutions where they have a strong method of inquiry and skepticism over information sources, and they're taught that, then isn't that our antidote for this manipulation? And so if we go after our universities who are promoting that and who are achieving that, is that then become the enemy of political misinformation? And so does that make them the target?
We can't wait for the kids to come and save us. This is everyone. I mean, look, would it be a good thing if we had critical thinking classes in 3rd or 4th grade? Yes, they have it in Finland. They have, there are certain countries that are very good at this. By the time someone gets to the university, it's kind of almost too late. But even if it's not for them, and they'll go out into the workforce and they're idealistic, I'm not sure how much power they have. And this is something where I think we need all oars in the water at the same time. So yes, I mean, I'm a philosopher. I'm going to advocate for critical thinking. For one thing, it's an employment market for philosophers. But look, yes, that's part of the solution, but that can't be all of it. It has to. There have to be other pieces. And the other piece that I want to make sure people understand, I think disinformation is not just about sharing false information. It's about using that to polarize us. Because disinformation doesn't just get you to believe a falsehood, it gets you to hate people who don't also believe that same falsehood. Critical education of our young people would help toward that, but that is a burning house right now.
Well, Finland is a great example, and I do believe that, your education begins the day you're born and it ends when you're no longer on this earth. I do think that with disinformation and misinformation and the future of work and the critical thinking skills that our students are going to need, how to think, how to be continuous learners, how to write, that should start in grade school and continue not just through university, but within and without society. I think that all employers have a responsibility now, whether they're government, whether they're corporations, whether they're nonprofits, whether it's academia, right, to have this academy within them, even if it's corporate, of continuous learning, and in our communities too, whether it's our libraries or other sources.
So, before you go, because I think since you're not buying my argument that if we can be resilient and to this threat, then we're talking about the platforms, and then we're talking about how to regulate those. I think we've seen enough hearings in Congress that just prove that some of our lawmakers do not get it, will not get it, or maybe they're just posturing, but it's sort of embarrassing to listen to them question our tech industry leaders. So Sherry, you're a legislator. How are our policymakers actually going to safeguard us? How will they sufficiently get it? And what did you really want to put your trust in them?
I'm not going to answer that, but I will say that I think any legislator cannot be an expert on everything. And again, it goes back to people you trust. So if you are not an expert in insurance, but you know somebody who is, and they're fact-based, then you're going to listen to them. I do think this is an area where we actually have some bipartisan agreement. However, I do believe we have a failure to act. Section 230. Do we throw the whole thing out? That's probably not going to happen. Do we look at the algorithms? Yes. Could we get agreement on that? I think we could if we get the experts in a room in a bipartisan fashion and we get all domains together. And that's what I think it's going to take.
Yeah, thank you, Sherry. I wanted to say, to build off of Lee's comment to say we need all oars in the water, it made me think of that classic Spider-Man meme with the Spider-Mans who are all pointing at each other. Okay, I'm showing my tech sector meme-ness here. Okay, so all the Spider-Mans are pointing at each other like, no you, no you, no you. And I think that's the situation we have right now with if we don't have a lot of trusted institutions or sources of information, everyone's kind of pointing at each other saying, you figure it out, you figure it out. And I think in this case, we need government, we need policymakers, we need scholars and researchers and experts in the field, we need practitioners and trust and safety experts at these tech companies to all get into the boat together and start rowing together in the same direction to solve these problems that impact every aspect of society. I have an example I want to share, but I know we're coming up on the Q&A. Okay, so that's my pitch. I know there's folks representing all of these different groups in this room, and as a trust and safety expert, we don't always, working at a company, we're very heads down building our systems and policies and tweaking the accuracy of our models to identify these harms at this massive scale, as I mentioned earlier. We don't always have time to look up and see what research is out there and see how far you have taken your research that can help further the efforts that we're doing. And so my main takeaway for today is that we need to build more bridges across these different sectors to combat these different harms. But I'll share a quick example where I think lawmakers could have some easy wins, perhaps, in regulating and providing more structure for what is expected and required of tech sector companies. So when I was at Facebook, we had what we called the civil rights audit. And it is the final report from the civil rights auditor, Laura Murphy, and her team is available online. So everything, I'm not violating an NDA here, I'm just sharing publicly available information. But this was an effort that Facebook volunteered for under pressure of some people in Congress and some experts in the field, civil rights experts and leaders, to say, hey, we need more information on what Facebook is doing to exacerbate some of these issues that concern civil rights and democracy, and so it was not congressionally mandated, but Facebook agreed to participate in this audit. Civil rights experts and scholars came in. And for 2 years, they had unprecedented access to the team's policies, documents, and folks working like mine, including mine. And if you read the final report, you pick up pretty quickly on a vibe. And that vibe is 1 step forward, 2 steps back, right? So again, even when we allow experts into these tech companies without the proper requirements to actually, first of all, have all the tech companies participate in a civil rights audit, or mandate that the findings must be adopted by these companies and then reported on again or re-audited in the future. Without that, we take 1 step forward and 2 steps back on these problems. The civil rights audit report highlights that the company had put great policies and processes in place to reduce voter suppression and to reduce census interference. This is back in 2020, right? All very important components of democracy. And then at the same time, it turns around and argues or explains how vigorously both the auditors and internal teams like mine were advocating for more resources to study and protect groups like Muslims and Jews from hate speech and targeted attacks on these platforms. And sitting in 2024, I sure wish that those voices would have been heard by the tech company leadership. But my main point is that Congress does have some good templates and some good work that they can build off pretty readily if they come together and can build consensus and bring those experts into the room.
Okay, just 30 seconds. Stephen Lewandowski at the University of Bristol is a cognitive scientist who has recommended a piece of legislation that Congress could pass that doesn't have to do with, deciding what's true and false, but for transparency, because right now outsiders don't know what's in the algorithms. It's when we have to wait for a whistleblower to see if there's harm. And he's made the argument that what we really need is an independent panel of experts outside the companies for mandated transparency to see what's in the algorithms. And you could shield all the privacy and user data that you wanted, but that way there would at least be another set of eyes on the algorithms, because that's where the amplification comes from.
And that's exactly what I was talking about when I said it may be that you don't completely get rid of Section 230, but there are models to look at the algorithms, to make them transparent. There are models worldwide that we could spend the next couple of hours talking about, as a matter of fact.
I just want to say, absolutely, I support that, and I think that's a fabulous idea. And the problem lies in mandating it for all tech companies or all tech companies of a certain type or size, because to get back to the question earlier about profits, it is not advantageous to be transparent when others aren't required to do it.
And that's why you would have to amend the law, and then it would apply to everyone.
Yes. Yep. Great suggestion.
But okay, this is going to be my last question. Get your questions ready, audience. Justin, what if at the end of the day, nobody cares because they just don't have an interest in believing the government anymore? Like they're just going to believe they're just like, we have this, we're separating ourselves. We feel more comfortable with those who are trusted sources that we choose to trust. So maybe people never have to care about the erosion of public trust. And I feel like, given that you are running a civics institute, you might care.
Yeah, I think the public trust issue is a serious one, and one that we have to really think about. But the idea that we don't want to make the remedy worse than the disease. And so there's always a challenge where you try to solve the problem by creating a government agency that's going to then vet everything and say whether it's true or not. And then it starts to sound quite Orwellian, where you have a truth-verified commission that stamps something and you're supposed to accept that. And we already have a deficit of trust. The idea that in the low trust society that we have, that people would take that and that could somehow solve the problem, I think is not the reality. So where do we go from here? I don't know. It's a really hard problem. I don't think there's any silver bullet. I do think education is extremely important. And so you had talked about education as the solution, and I think we all said, well, maybe that's not the solution. So we went to moderating content. But the question on education really is the kind of society that we have and the kinds of people who become the citizens of that society. We have 300 million people plus from ocean to ocean on this continent. It's a very difficult society to try to have common standards for how we look at information, receive information, evaluate information, and I think the new media technology landscape has siloed us even further, and so it's a real problem. I don't know that there's an easy solution to it, but certainly having people who are able to think through questions, weigh evidence, have basic skills in grammar, logic, and rhetoric, the first three parts of the 7 liberal arts, that having a really solid educational foundation for, this is a K-12 thing, not a higher education thing, but having a very serious K-12 education that prepares people for that kind of thoughtful citizenship is something we need to put a lot of time and thought into.
Any questions? Please, Kate?
It's for the recording.
Oh, it's for the recording. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Kate, and I'm a second-year graduate student here at the LBJ School, hoping to center my career on counter-disinformation policy and just getting a better understanding of what that field looks like for the next 10-year plan looking forward. And so I hope that my question ties into what was just posed by our dear moderator, as well as Dr. McIntyre's point from earlier that face-to-face contact with institutions and low-trust communities is a good step towards building trust. It's not going to immediately build trust, but having that human connection does mean something in the long term. And so I was wondering, what do you guys think might be the utility of fact-checking organizations, especially those associated with federal entities such as the US government or the European Union, going into these low-trust communities and actually explaining how they do their fact-checking work? I feel like that's kind of like the black box of fact-checking for normal people, especially in low-trust communities. Yeah, I'd just love to hear your thoughts.
It's wonderful, the work that you're doing in your career. I wish you every success. We need more people doing that. They don't trust the fact checkers. Who fact checks the fact checkers is what you always hear. How are we sure that they're objective? I mean, this is part of the disinformation playbook, isn't it? To attack the truth tellers, and the problem is how to build prior trust for the people who are doing the fact checking. If there were a way to do that, I think that would be more effective. But as it exists now, the organizations that I've seen that are doing the fact checking, next thing you know, you find them disrespected as partisan organizations who are only interested in, profit, ideology, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's important. I think we've got to work more on the problem and try to find a way to get there. But the threshold issue is poisoned well of trust.
It's a little bit like in our previous panel where I think it was Peter that said, or maybe it was Julie, I can't remember, well, people don't want to know facts. People don't want bad facts, bad messages, because then they can just find someone else who agrees with them and make that argument. And if we don't have an appetite for digesting something that we don't like, it doesn't serve to our favor, then maybe that we can't get past this. One of the things that I remember observing during COVID was, I'm curious how we could expect our society to be collectivist minded when all we've ever taught them is to be individually minded. I mean, to COVID, we would have had to, erode our own individual liberties in order for the greater good, but that is not the society. That's not what we've taught our kids, is it, Justin?
We have an independent streak, for sure, in the United States, and I think we have a heavy emphasis on individuals and individual rights. That probably explains a lot of what happened in the United States as opposed to other countries during COVID. And it was different communities to communities. A lot of this was very decentralized, and so you had decisions being made by public affairs experts at the very local level, and so you'd have a county public health official who was making policies that had huge impacts on people's lives. I mean, they would make a decision based on information that they were receiving from the federal government that would decide whether or not somebody got to stay in business or not, whether their restaurant stays open, whether their bar closes down, whether or not their employees get fired. And so that was an enormous amount of power that we gave to local public health officials. In some cases, they told people they couldn't worship on Sundays. Their churches had to close down. I mean, these are pretty core liberties that people were giving up in that time. And then what happened later was you had all sorts of things come out that made us doubt. I use the collective us as a society, made us doubt the official line that had been coming out from the public affairs experts. And so it was one more instance of erosion of public trust. And one of the worries that I have is that in the next crisis, and if there's a public health crisis that's much, much worse than the one that we just faced, we'll have eroded whatever trust we would need to navigate that kind of circumstance in the way that we handled the first one. So I think it's a similar play in various institutions, and this one looked at public health, but we have the same thing going on with higher ed and other things in society.
So we have this solution, deferring to critical thinking, which I love. Liberal arts background, love it. The problem that I've encountered, I'm sure other people do as well, is that whenever you start trying to fact check sources, eventually you hit a point, even if you're trying to understand the subject matter better, where you have to rely on trusting some source. And so I think that critical thinking can only take us so far. We ultimately, at the end of the day, do have to trust someone. And I think the issue, perhaps, with some of these groups, political groups that are not as represented in some of the legitimate verified sources, is that they don't want to trust people who don't share their values. And, it begs the question of who gets to decide what information is disinformation, who gets to decide what a trusted source is, and who even gets to decide what science is, especially as it pertains to softer sciences like social sciences. And so the framing sort of assumes that these sources that are deemed legitimate are disinterested parties. But I think these political groups do feel as though the legitimate sources just don't represent their values at all. And so my question is, are there any efforts being made to cultivate experts with diverse value systems in some of these organizations that are deemed legitimate sources?
Yeah, I don't know if that's someone else might be able to address whether that's actively taking shape or not, but I do think there are instances in which you see people who are experts who have different value systems and fundamentally disagree with each other on ideological grounds, but have a shared set of facts. And it can be really interesting. I think that's one of the best ways to model that kind of conversation and disagreement, where they genuinely do have an agreed upon set of facts and an empirical reality that they both see, and then they have disagreements. And that can be really illustrative rather than just living in totally different worlds. And I think a lot of times we're not talking with each other enough, and that's one way to help bridge that gap. But it is a real challenge. And you had mentioned the social sciences. I think one of the challenges that this is a story, intellectual history in the 20th century, at least partly, but there's a movement in philosophy that's been influential in some of the disciplines within humanities and social sciences that denies reality or denies that we can have objective knowledge of reality. And that could start in the moral world, in the world of value. Even the language of values is itself an insistence that values are subjective, that I hold values, they're valuable to me, but it's not a statement of objective reality. And so even the way that we talk about these things, we at first dispensed with the idea that there could be a truth to be discovered and to be discussed and shared that we could be right or wrong about, but it's an objective reality. That's first in the world of values, but increasingly in just the world of empirics, of actually having objective knowledge about the world. And one of the conclusions from that some people have drawn is that, well, if we don't have objective knowledge about the world or about history or about current events or about the news or what happened, then it's all really about power. And so our ideas, our narratives, the stories we tell, whatever it is, even the classes we teach and the disciplines we develop, that it's all really about power. And if it's all really about power, then why not manipulate by telling stories or putting together information or making things up? And there are just enough anecdotal examples of this kind of thing in society that if you are one who thinks there might be something to it, you can point to something that's going to confirm that that's actually how the world works. And I think that's the real challenging environment that we're operating in.
In an earlier book of mine called Post-Truth, I have a whole chapter on what I call right-wing postmodernists. Postmodernism came out of the literary criticism, the academy on the left. It fueled the science wars, which is what I think you were talking about, the claim that, well, there's no objective reality, there's no claim about truth, even in physics, even in chemistry. It's all just a power play. And, you know, we fought that. Philosophers of science certainly fought it. They tend to be pro-science. But then that weapon was left on the battlefield. And 20 or 30 years later, political operatives on the right picked it up and said, wow, look at this flamethrower is awesome. Let's use it to show that there is no truth, there's only narrative, there is no reality. That's a very dangerous thing when it comes, and so you have now a situation where people, if you interview them and ask them, is the murder rate going up? They say yes when it's not. Or, you know, all sorts of things, you know, objectively true things that you could check, factual, empirical research, where we're at odds with one another, which is not about values. It's not even about opinion. It's the belief that there is no truth, there's only narrative. And that's a danger, because if there is no truth, there's only narrative, then there's no accountability, there's no blame. And so you might as well just believe what the leader of your team, who might be a fascist, is saying, because there's no shared basis on which we could make up our mind. I think you'll find that a lot of philosophers are despite their contentious reputation about arguing, you know, what is truth and the different theories of truth, you know, very strongly believe that yes, there is such a thing as truth. Most of my hate mail comes from postmodernists and flat earthers, believe it or not.
All 5 of them. Well, I just would say to Amy, because in a previous panel, the question was turned on. It said it's not about the messenger. It's about the ability now for these fringe messengers with fringe messages to find each other and then be stronger. And that's what our platforms are doing. And so I come back to this dichotomy between democratizing and allowing, and our individualists. You know, we have, you know, the cornerstone of our system is individual rights. But then we are ringing the alarm bell, because now these individual people are finding each other and then creating, destabilizing our democracy. So if you want to say something more again about our platforms and how, whether what you see, you've already said that there's not enough of what there needs to be, so how do we get to there being enough of that?
Yeah, well, I want to make sure we're not ignoring any questions. Let me quickly answer with an example. My team, working on ads on Facebook and Instagram, we were the first ones to start looking and seeing, are there ads on these platforms that are recruiting or praising or supporting terrorist and hate organizations? No one had ever even looked really to see. No one had looked under the hood, believe it or not. So we looked, and we didn't find like terrorist organizations actively recruiting on these platforms in paid content. What we found was crappy T-shirt vendors selling Proud Boys T-shirts and things like that. And so I think at least on kind of the paid content side, which was really more my focus, we would often surprise ourselves in what we would discover that was just people trying to take advantage of the political environment and the extremism that is being fostered by these instantaneous connections to millions of followers or people who opted into this specific Facebook group that you're a member of. And so I don't necessarily know if I have the answer. I think I would go back to my comment earlier about building bridges across the different groups of people who are looking at and trying to tackle these problems and making sure that we're working together, that we're sharing our research and findings, that we're opening the doors of the big tech companies and sharing more data and making things more transparent. But I personally do think we have a long way to go.
All the Spidermans pointing at
Yes.
you. You had a question here? I don't know if we get a mic. Yeah.
Oh, while we get the mic set up, I'll just say thank you everyone who opted to stay and hang out for our panel instead of going to lunch.
No, lunch is coming.
But lunch is coming now. Lunch is coming now.
Lunch is coming. Maybe we can just get both questions and then we can answer them.
Yeah, so I just wanted to, Jess Dawson from the Army Cyber Institute, I wanted to pull on the thread a little bit earlier when, I can't remember who it was, made the argument about the vaccines and having microchips in it, right? And for those that haven't read Naomi Klein's book, Doppelganger, I highly, highly recommend it. One of the things that she says in there is that they get the facts wrong, but the intuition's right? So like we collectively made fun of people complaining about the trackers and the vaccines, but we're not really effectively pushing back on all of the tech and the surveillance that's coming from all of these platforms and all of our phones. You're not going to be the mark of the beast. You're not going to be able to buy or sell without the mark of the beast. But how many businesses do you go to that you cannot buy something unless you have Venmo, right? Which is an app that like you can't go in and use cash. So I would ask, as you're thinking about what your take is on we're building systems and platforms that are pushing people out of them. They don't have access now. There was a guy on Twitter talking about his mother can't get coupons anymore because they require her to use an app that she can't use because she's cognitively impaired. You get charged more if you go to the airport and you actually need to talk to someone to get an airline ticket. So as we think about trust, I would ask that how do you think the way that we are structuring society now around technology and surveillance is potentially causing some of these issues? You can't buy a car without being tracked and surveilled now, right?
Is that for anyone in particular? Or? Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you. And that question aligns very well with what I'm trying to ask today on intergenerational stuff and how we engage with different generations in different ways. My name is Alex Hernandez. I'm an LBJ alumni. I work with the PIO at City of Austin. And something that we always struggle is connecting or engaging with younger generations. They're not as engaged as older generations. And they are the generation that's related to news and tech. They get their news through TikTok and through Reels on Meta, specifically on Instagram. They are concerned about the climate. They are reluctant to vote. And they don't trust education the same way that other generations did, in the sense that maybe they won't get the same life as their parents or grandparents did with the same level of education. So my question is precisely with connecting with that previous question of how do we choose who to engage with, and should we prioritize someone when we're talking about disinformation who's more vulnerable to this? Younger generations that know about this problem, but they just don't care, they're apathetic, or older generations that might be engaged or want to be engaged but fall for this disinformation and misinformation?
In my experience, everyone. Trust is built face to face. I walked into a ballroom of 650 flat earthers, kept my mouth shut for the first day and listened, because that's what they want. They want to be listened to. And I heard everything they had to say on the second day. I engaged them and they were happy to talk to me. They weren't happy with what I had to say, but I felt under no threat. They were sometimes not easy conversations, but I had dinner with one guy for 2 hours. I did not convince anyone. Nobody tore off their lanyard and said what a fool I was. But I built trust. Trust is built face to face. And if you read the anecdotal literature on denial, you find that every single, and this needs to be tested empirically, every single time a hardcore denier changes their mind, They change it on the basis of a trusting relationship with someone that took the time with them, and when they later were able to hear the facts. It's how you get people out of cults. It's how you get people out of the Ku Klux Klan. It's how you get people to change their mind about whatever denialist topic they have. Face-to-face conversation is the solution, I think. But understanding that, you cannot debunk your way out of an infodemic. Then you're just playing whack-a-mole. Then you're just going one by one, after people are already infected with the bad information. We also, both and, have to stop the amplification. It's like any epidemic. You heal the sick, but you keep other people from getting sick. Both.
I will risk making a fool of myself and try to answer your really eloquent question about platforms and kind of accessibility. I think I can't say that I have worked on those issues personally, but what you're getting to is, I think, a problem that is getting exacerbated. And I think it's, a stream of problems we need to start thinking more in advance about. AI is the other big one that we didn't really touch on this panel, but that's a whole separate panel. I'm sure there will be other discussions that do. I think our digital information spaces are becoming more bifurcated and inaccessible to certain individuals. And in my experience, there are teams and efforts underway within these platforms to think through that. I'm not sure, similar to my experience working in safety and trying to mitigate online harms, I'm not sure that is a top priority of these revenue for-profit companies. And so again, I think we need, as a society, to come together and think about what these problems could look like, or what solutions could look like, especially as increasingly our interactions and even business transactions that are in face are happening digitally. So would love to follow up and talk more about that one-on-one. I know we're out of time, but thank you for the question.
We are out of time, unfortunately, but happy for you because we can continue the conversations over lunch. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to our panelists so much. Thank you for your attention. That wraps it.